I'm saying this. I will not stand with Sowore. We are going out to protest peacefully. Peaceful protest is the right of every Nigerian. There's no rage. There is no destruction. There is no nothing. Nigerians have the right to protest peacefully. It is our right. It is not we're not calling it a revolution. And we have said that if you kill one Nigerian, then when we will not change it for you guys to Tinubu must go. We have been consistent. That is the one, and I know I'm speaking here as a person, and I know what I'm saying. If you understand Tinubu, you understand that Tinubu is someone that is well in the midst of this whole chaos. He's inside the chaos also. That's why I've kept my own. Thank you. So, me guys, I'm just going to run real quick. I think at the cost of this paper, I'm trying to wrap up my submission real quick because I think we have a guest earlier on today. I just want to run it all real quick. So you see all the whole agenda that he's putting right now, with the oral coming up, with Simon Ekpa saying sit at home. I know how many times on the violence space we have been screaming Simon Ekpa works for Tinubu. Simon Ekpa works for Tinubu. When I talk saying a lie, when we say all these things, you see the trend. You wonder. I broke this thing down and I said, any person that is planning for presidency in Nigeria, like Tinubu that they say he has been planning for 20 years or so, and he knows that due to his antecedents and what he stands for, there's a region that will never vote for him. The Southeast will never vote for Tinubu. The Southeast will reject Tinubu every single day, 24 hours, 27 days. Any minute you call the Southeast, they will reject Tinubu, not because of where he's from, but because of what he represents. Tinubu is a criminal. They know these things. They rejected Buhari. Buhari brought in an Igbo. Buhari brought in Okadibo as his deputy. He was rejected in the Southeast twice. And they proved it right because Buhari destroyed Nigeria. The same thing they did with Tinubu. So Tinubu, as a wise man, knows that he will never get votes from the Southeast. What does he do? Destabilize the Southeast. It is just simple mathematics. The same thing he does in Lagos. If it's go to Lagos, go and check places he will not get vote from. What does he do there? They sent out and destroy those polling units. Go and check Lagos politics for so long. Any place Tinubu will not get votes, Tinubu sends people there, his boys there, and they destroy those votes there. It is simple. So if you're doing it in Lagos, when you want to go to the national, you extrapolate it. Which regions will I not get votes in? In the Southeast, I won't get votes. What do I do? Set up people that before election period, they will destabilize that region and make sure that votes will not go there. Every single time election period, you hear Samuel Ekpa will raise his pennies and say, sit at home. Anything that will be Tinubu, Samuel Ekpa will raise up his ugly head. Sit at home. He's working for this man. And so when we say here, so many of these IPOP deluded clowns that follow this man, look like, oh, you don't know what you're saying. And I'm laughing. I'm like, oh my goodness. There's some things that are clear as daylight. But people have just chosen and willingly chosen to be blind. So you see all these agents, I'm saying this so you understand that this man is a master of creating agents. He has agents everywhere, even within us, he agents them day. It is very, very, very important to know these things. Guys, without I say welcome to the violence space. I've spoken much, and probably because of the space, we will talk more. But I just want to say this, that I hope as we are putting in the work online, we are also putting in the work offline. Very, very important we put in the work offline also. I say this all the time. If your WhatsApp stories, your Instagram stories, all your social media does not reflect the work you do on Twitter, you're part of the problem. If your circle of friends, your family, relatives do not understand what is happening right now in Nigeria, that we have 7 days countdown, you're part of the problem. The whole nation needs to be tense, that no matter what Tinubu is planning with your traditional rulers, with your religious rulers, with your governors, anything they're doing, all we need is 1 million Nigerians out on the street in every state. That is 36 million Nigerians out on the street. That is not even, we're not even gone more than half of the population of the country. And we'll shut down the system. And they must do what we're asking them to do. They must respond to Nigerians. For so long, we have created an elite class that do not fear us. They do not send us. They're not scared of me and you. We have to make sure that they're scared of us. So that going forward, When Tinubu makes any mistake, he knows that we're going to hit the street. He will adjust his trouser. As long as he's an illegitimate president and he's still holding on to office, no wahala. But as you're in that office, you must work for Nigerians. You must work. He didn't go there to steal. That time to steal has passed. We will not be suffering and dying. You'll be living luxurious life, buying new private jets, buying new yachts, building 21 billion worth of house for your VP, living luxurious life. You and your bunch of crooks. Then we, the people that own this money, are suffering in penury. That time has ended. So if you like, bribe all the traditional rulers. And I'm saying this, if you people that like worshiping traditional rulers, worshiping pastors, worshiping imam, this generation will insult and disrespect every single one of them. So tell your traditional ruler, or tell your imam, or your bishop, or your pastor, or your leader, tell them to respect themselves, that we are tired of being hungry in Nigeria. They are the only beneficiary of that system. As they're living outside of that, they'll give them prayers in their boots. That they will go and flex with them and their children, while their community are going to be ravaged in poverty. Please, enough is enough, Nigerians. Let's stand up for once and take back our country. Thank you guys for joining us on the Vawulence space today. Let me just wrap up and run up real quick to my brother Well in Nigeria. I see every one of you on the platform. Please, thank you for joining us. The mic is going to reach out to everyone. I hope at the top of the hour we'll be having Barrister Inebong F. Young on the platform. I hope he joins us and answer a whole lot of questions. We are hearing that they have been arresting so many people. We have been hearing all sort of rumors. No, I say this the next 7 days. Please brace up for impact. If you're a Nigerian in Nigeria running this protest with your friends, please be very, very, very careful and observant of your discussions, your gatherings. Make sure if you're going out, go out in numbers. Do not just go out alone. Very, very important. We understand this. And today on the Vawulence space, we'll be talking with so many people that are protests. I've invited some people that are protest tested, and people that have been on protest for so long. Yeah, they'll be here with us on the platform. And also to put this notion out there, we are not calling for a violent protest. They have been trying to push this narrative of protests being violent. And I want to say this one more time. We have been having series of protests in this country for so long, and none have been violent. The only violent protest that happened was when the APC government infiltrated the last protest and brought in their thugs. We have video records, we have video evidences of them. APC thugs came in Abuja and Lagos and infiltrated those protests and made a mess out of it. We have learned from that mistake. Going forward, when we come out in our millions, coming from August 1st, any person with them born will be thug, come out and face the Nigerian people. We'll be there to answer you. Thank you guys for joining us on the Vawulence space. Let me run to you, Wellman and Jam, my brother, right now. Thank you. If you're not too busy, my brother, please take it away from here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Emir Saddam. Thank you to everybody on the space. Welcome to Vawulence Space. I'll try not to. I won't take long because I came in. I was very excited to see I think the brand new version of Jimmy. So thanks to everybody. Welcome to Vawulence Space. Take our time to share the space. Perhaps you forgot. It's quite simple. You can use. There are so many ways you could do it. You could use the share icon on your screen to copy the link or share it as a post, or go to the comment section and just retweet, or probably go to Saddam's TL and see the tweet of the space and retweet. So there are so many ways you could share, but just ensure that you share this around so we can have a robust conversation. These conversations are very important because I was listening to you, Saddam, just now, and it's true. The truth is, Lamin, I think it was 2 spaces or 3 spaces ago, where Lamin came and said she was like, if you know you are not ready, it's better, because this process it was never going to be easy, especially, the fact that we had given a lot of time. So I'm going to talk about that from 2 perspectives. First of all, the fact that we are giving a lot of time, that is an advantage for preparation and mobilization and, spreading the information. But you could also know that is also, there's also the disadvantageous part where these criminal people that we are dealing with, are not, they also have a lot of time to plan or to do a lot of things, to find a way to discourage, bring fear, do a lot of things. So I really just want to say, first of all, that, and I'm kind of excited because I've heard people speak about this protest the few times I've been, been able to follow the conversations. I've heard people speak about it, and I see people that are resolved. When Kenya was protesting, one of the submissions I gave was that the first thing you can see with the Kenyan protest is the resolve. Is that these are people that have decided. It was not. I think we should understand that Kenyan protest, for the people that are protesting in Kenya, is not easy. Like, that protest is very difficult. A lot of them have probably had to shut down their lives. And if you know anything, Kenya is a way better country than Nigeria. They are not suffering. A good part of Kenya has like 24 hours electricity. They are not suffering a tenth, 1/10 of what we are suffering. So to an extent, even the poorest in Kenya is living in average comfort. Like, let me put it like that. But they recognize something that was thrown at them, and they've been protesting. So my point is that even within comfort, they settled for discomfort to protest. So a lot of them could have said, well, after all, well, I could just chill at home and do some Netflix, even if I don't have a job, or they are they are not rosy, to be honest, but they are compared to Nigeria. I've said it a couple of times, Kenya will be japa to many Nigerians. Like, Kenya will be, if you do a vote for Nigerians now, say how many of you are willing to move to Kenya, or so, say a lot of people will be willing to move to Kenya and I will tell Ruto, leave the tax. We are okay with it. We are used to this in Nigeria. So the suffering in Nigeria is way more. But I can tell you that as comfortable as Kenya is, the protest is not very easy for them. So let's not think we see them on the street. Oh, it's because they are. Ruto as well is a very crazy person. I think we've seen it from the beginning of the protest. Him trying to initially intimidate the people. What made it not work is not because Ruto decided to stop killing, or the police decided to stop attacking protesters. That's not what made it stop. It was because they saw that this is not going to stop Kenyans. So that's why eventually they got pushed to the point where he needed to start providing solutions to the ones he can. They say sack these people, he sacked them. They said do this. In fact, the ones that they say should not do, he has been, trying to please them, trying to please Kenyans. And even at that, they've said they are not still pleased. They especially because people were killed in the protest, which is the biggest mistake, Ruto had made in that protest. Now, bringing it to Nigeria. Nigeria is in a worse situation, very worse situation. We have way more population to handle a protest. Like Saddam said, it's sometimes I think about it, and it's very annoying to think that we sometimes, to be honest, I understand that, the more the media, the more the easier. I would hear people say 1 million people, and I'm like, 1 million people can shut down Nigeria. If they can shut just the whole of Nigeria, 1 million people is a lot of people. Some countries don't have that kind of population. There are countries that their population is within the thousands. So 1 million people is a lot of people. I always say this with like a full packed football stadium a lot of the time. 1 million people is a collection of a lot of the biggest stadiums in the world, fully packed. So, in fact, the truth is that we just need people in good numbers. I don't want to even exaggerate and say, the more the merrier, in good numbers, but what we need the most are people that are resolved, people that have said, that have made up their mind to say, okay, this is how we do it now. And the sad part is that for every day or for every season, let's put it like that we do not do this, it becomes more difficult. I wish it becomes more difficult, because what has happened now is that we have left it for so long. It is so like these criminals, they've perfected their criminality. So I really want to just encourage us that I don't know if it's an encouragement or a reminder of reality check, but this was never going to be easy. So if you ever thought this was going to be easy, then I don't know, it was going to be a problem. So there will be a lot of things in the coming days as per trying to discourage people. I mean, it's you hear things like, oh, someone has been arrested, this and that, and this and that. I just want to say that those are things that will naturally come with this protest. But I'm going to borrow what NC said. The truth is that I know, I keep emphasizing this. All that is required is for this protest is for us to make sure that this protest starts. That's all that is required. I, to be honest, I'm not, I'm not bothered about the sustenance of the protest because I know that the current situation in Nigeria will sustain the protest by default. So I'm just really trying to encourage us that a lot of those things that will happen between now and 29th, first, whatever time you had planned to start a protest, a lot of them, just already fashion your mind to chest it. It will be celebrities coming in different form. Some will do it in form of call out, some will do it in form of advice, some will even sound very, very principled, very, very organized. It will be religious leaders, pastors, it will be traditional rulers. So it will be it will come in different form. I just want us to gauge, like, as in, let's be resolved. Let's just condition our mind that anything anybody wants to say, I am not interested. I'm not even interested in naysayers. Like, I'm not interested in, too much unsolicited. That it's fine. You can talk about, oh, how to do it better. But if your advice is crossing the line of advice to the line of casting fear, I'm not interested. So that's where we need to be. So I'm just saying this really to really prepare our mind. It is not going to be. It was never going to be easy. Let me not say it's not going to be easy. But the funny thing is that the funny thing is, as difficult as this sound, as difficult as it sounds, like maybe to start or sustain a protest in Nigeria, that is the easiest option we have. The only other option you have, the only, really, to be honest, because as Nigeria is now, Nigeria is not going towards any good direction. The only other option you have is to hope that all of a sudden our current political class will be so nice to conduct a free and fair election by default without you forcing them. Which that hope is a I mean, you are all made hopeless. You are actually, just forget about that. That is not going to happen. If there's going to even be an election that will be free and fair, it will be because they are afraid of what the people will do. It will be because there was a protest and they are afraid of it. It will not be because, so just this is like the easiest option. And I always say it, the other option is a revolution. But those are kind of conversations that, I mean, everybody loves their lives, and it's crazy how someone can go and commit suicide, but is not willing to go for a protest. Is that not? It's very annoying. Like, I see that as very annoying. So all these things that will come to you in the coming days, as I really round up on this note, all these things that will come in the coming days, I really hope that I know this is just us on X, and probably those of us listening on, some of us listening on maybe YouTube or Facebook, and thanks to Arewachik and some of the other guys that probably transmitted this on TikTok and maybe whatever else. But the truth is that you are also an ambassador of this. People need to know that it is either we do this now, or we as well stop complaining. Like, we should just probably just say, okay, last, we just take calm and say, whatever suffer, we won't suffer. Everybody just, because it was never, to be honest, I don't think so far it has been easy. I think so, and I think that's because of the result. That's why I try to comment us on what we've done so far. But, of course, the days leading to the protest is going to be more intense. There will be different angles. And I really just want to encourage everybody. This is really not the time to, how do I put it? So I know there are different protests, different people are talking about protest planning in different regions, different places, and so on. So this is the time to. It's not. First of all, it's not a competition. Like, I mean, it's good if it becomes a competitive. Let it be that kind of competition is that 1 million people came out in so states. We want to beat that target. That kind of competition is fine. But I mean, it's not really. This is not a shared show. It's not a.
Oh, now we start first.
Exactly. Those kind of competition. It should not be a competition of, oh, we have ideas, we want to hide it. Please and please, we really need to work, everybody, together as much as is within our power. Because at the end of the day, what we really need, and that's why this kind of spaces, like having this conversation, is very, very important. So that if you're having doubt, you need to know that you are not the only one angry in Nigeria. I think the only thing we've been missing is we've not just been able to aggregate our anger. I said it some time back. I said many are angry, but few are resolved. Like we've not been able to, like a lot, everybody's angry in Nigeria, but we've not just been able to put it together and turn it to something. And from this protest, I feel like we'll be able to do that. So have it in mind. A lot is going to come in the coming days. I'm emphasizing it because I know Saddam has said it, and I want it to sink so that when it don't happen, say normal level we don't see it. We very expect as it so that when it happens, it doesn't come to you like there's no need, no need. In fact, as it happens, it will be like you know that okay, we are on the right track. So thanks to everybody that has been again, thanks to everybody that has been doing their bit in one way or the other. Thanks to you guys, everybody that hosts space talking about this continuously. I always say this: the good thing about us in Nigeria is that we are diverse. It's fine. We've never been able to use our diversity. They usually say, "Oh, our diversity is our strength," but the only thing we've been able to do in Nigeria is to see the weakness in our diversity. The strength in our diversity is the fact that people are going to have different ideas, people are going to have different approach, and at the end of the day, if my approach not work, the other person approach will work, the other one approach will work. So let's acknowledge that and try to work with as many as we can work with. Let's encourage everybody to know it's not going to be easy. A lot will be thrown at us. On that note, I'm just going to yield the mic, and Saddam, over to you.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. Wonderful submission as always. Thank you so much. Let's just circle back. I think let's bring in our brother Jimmy. Jimmy has been absent without it for so long, and I think he's back here with us today. Jimmy, if you, I don't know whether make I call your name when you savior. Make I not go call it one way no you. Mind my business. Mind my business. Mind my business, please. I'll make I no mind your business. I beg. I'll meet and
How
speak.
you how
Mind
you
my
doing,
business.
Saddam?
Thank you.
Good day to everyone. I am here as a well-meaning Nigerian.
Is Jimmy speaking?
Yeah, Jimmy speaking. You can hear him.
This my network don't fuck up
All right,
again. Oh God, Jimmy, I beg
let
drop
me
and
drop
come
and
back. I
come
beg, I
back.
know hear you. And allow you. Must I beg drop and come back.
Okay, okay. All right.
But meanwhile, I just want to say, before if please check when Jimmy comes back. Let's bring him back up, guys. Hopefully today on the platform we'll be having Inyebeng F Young just to come and brief us on the constitutional right of Nigerians. I don't know why we many people are scared. I think okay probably it's the first time we don't know our rights. That's why these people can come out and threaten us. Everything that Nigerians want to do today, Tinubu has always championed it. He lives, he breathes, he sponsors, he eats protest. That is who he is. And it's the right of Nigerians. It is only right that the man that sponsored all the protests since 1993 up until now and illegitimately found his way to power gets shown real organic protest. Very, 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 very right. And also, please, those are reaching out to me on Sarah Ibrahim. I've not heard from her, but I've heard from someone that heard from her this evening and say she's fine. Just for those that are asking. All right, back to you, Jimmy. Jimmy, can you hear me now, please?
I think it's still trying to come up like it's not fully. Uh, Jimmy, are you there?
No, he's not yet up. He's not yet up.
Yeah, it's not yet over. I see it.
Let's say Bombolani then. Then we'll circle
Yeah,
back to
then
you.
yeah. Mommy B, go ahead.
Good evening from my side. I only have a
It's on bid, yeah?
few. Can you not hear me as well?
Saddam, you can't hear. Hey, wow.
Sadam, now
Wait,
your
oh.
network,
Now
your
village
network
people,
is
these people don't attack this thing. Let me. I'll try and log out and log in. But guys, in case the space crashes, God forbid, though. But if it crashes, we'll be back. I will have to reopen the space again, just in case.
Immediately, yeah.
Immediately, I'll reopen the space again. I think my Wi-Fi is having issues. I person. It is well. Let me just continue. Please, Mombi should be speaking. Let me see if I can do that.
Yeah, good evening, everyone from my side. I hope you're all doing well. Um, I, if anyone has noticed me over the last couple of days, a big prayer and swearing and all the rest of it that I've been sending to all these people. I'm just totally pissed off because anybody that knows Tinubu and his history, um, Jonathan was barely 8 months into his first term in 2012 when they called for a protest because he added, is it 10 naira? Because of Nigerians in their millions have entered into multidimensional poverty. They're telling Nigerians to be patient while they are spending money wastefully. The same people in government who are stealing our crude oil are the same ones who have borrowed against crude oil for God knows going into the future, right? The same people who are borrowing money from all these World Bank and this bank and that, loan for this, loan for that, and it hasn't translated into anything meaningful for the common man, and people are literally crying, right? And I've seen like loads of videos of market women in the southwest crying badly, and for them to get to that point where they're saying they don't give a fuck, whatever happens, right? That they're not doing our look anymore. They're basically remembering the fact that they have to survive, right? And in light of this suffering that is across the land, we have people who are coming up, right, are receiving money, right, to come and talk shit on the thing, trying to. Why aren't people allowed to protest? It's a fundamental human right. How come it has gotten to Tinubu and he's refusing? He's trying his best to prevent people from doing that. But here's the thing, right? We learned from what happened during NSAS. There will not be another NSAS in Nigeria, right? Yes, it has taken a long time to plan this protest, but we needed to make sure that both online and offline, the message is clear. If you are going to bed hungry, if you cannot afford to feed your children, if you cannot afford to pay school fees, if you thought you were middle class and you're so squeezed to a point where you're having to drastically cut back. If the price of fuel has reached a level where even to put fuel in your gen is now a problem, for whatever reason, is it the fact that corruption has skyrocketed 1,000%? Right? Is it the fact that they are so insensitive and they're looking at people, they know that people are suffering, but they're living it large as if there's nothing happening, right? And these same people who rode on the back of protests, right, are the ones now trying to prevent Nigerians, frustrated Nigerians, right? So they say, oh, it's just been a year. How long has the Argentinian president been in post? What did he first do, right? He have the ministries, right? He cut back so much so that they're already out of a recession. But our own increased the ministries. So we have 47 ministers. For what? Right? And these people are awarding contract and stealing money left, right, and center. Now he's asked for more money, another 6 trillion to add to the budget that was already padded, right? What are they going to spend that on? Meanwhile, the food that we thought was for the poor, Gary, people people cannot people cannot even afford to soak Gary. What do you want them to do? Die? So people are literally dying of hunger, but you don't want them to come and complain. where you know for a fact. I mean, see all the things that they started signing. Dude, I was like, so you people can't do this. No, protests must go ahead, because if you back down, I can guarantee you, right? Things like Saddam always says, the first 1 year was going to be the best year. It's going to get 1,000,000 times worse than it already is. And you will not get this momentum again. Right. So they're sending everybody to you. They're sending your both the your traditional rulers who are on earth and the gods. Lagos State. Ah, I want to claim another state, because I'm just really pissed off. Now bringing Oro. If you see any of them, any of their adherents with it, right? If you have a belt, take out your belt ready. Flog them, right? Flog them, because clearly this is no God. This is politics. This is Tinubu. Declare Oro. In Oshun, they declared what, the Oshun festival same day. What is this? No, Nigerians, let us continue planning. I saw Field Marshal Oluchi, I mean, God bless you. I saw there's a form where they want to keep track of all Nigerians, so that we won't have people missing, right? We will know who's on the street, right? And that's going to happen. There's also going to be a phone line that you can get to help. The diaspora is seriously planning on how to support you guys. Here in the UK, we will start the first of many protests on the 31st of August. Those who have been asking me, the flyer, I will put the flyer up, but I'll just tweet about it for the time being with the details, so that you know I can prepare. And then we will make sure that we are very consistent at going out. Let us turn, this is not an obedient issue. Let us be very clear. It is a well-meaning Nigerian issue. If you care about your country, whether you're in the diaspora or you're based in Nigeria, let us fight this horrible system, because the money they have wasted, if you think about it, what that money could have gone towards alleviating poverty, not these stupid palliatives. So no, proper welfare type programs that will take people off the streets, give our young youth the employment, help small to medium size businesses, cottage industry, right? So that they can employ people, expand their business. It is when you spend like that on programs like that, put enough money into the health sector, put enough money into the education sector, buy yachts, buy renovating houses, spending billions and billions, whilst also stealing money. They have not done one single thing for you people. So if you're not hungry and you want to stay home, fine, right? But know that if you do not stand up for your rights now, it will get to a point where it will become so difficult for you to do so then. Thank you, I yield.
All right. Thank you very much, Mommy B. Thank you. All right. I think Jimmy's up now. Saddam, you could hear Mommy B, but no.
Well, me, are you there?
Okay. Saddam, can you hear me?
Saddam, can you hear me?
Please, am I audible? Can anybody hear me?
Saddam, can you hear me?
We can hear you, but it's your network. Oh.
Saddam don't go Costco. Hey. I hope maybe, I don't know if Saddam can hear. But Jimmy, maybe you should just go ahead and let me try chat up Saddam and say.
All right, cool. Sorry, the network was really bumpy, so I had to drop and come back. I'll be speaking here today as a well-meaning Nigerian, and first, I'm gonna be speaking to my fellow Yoruba people, and I will switch back to wrap up my submission in English. So, Yorùbá bọ̀ wọ́n ní tọmọ ìyá méjì bá wọlé tán bá bára wọn sòótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀, tán bá lejú jáde òdodo ọ̀rọ̀ náà sọ, tán bá rẹ́rìn-ín jáde wọn bára wọn sòótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀. Àsìkò òótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ ti wá tó báyìí, ọmọ ìyá àsọkúsọ. Ṣé rí pé orí ẹ̀yin kan ti burú ńlẹ̀ Yorùbá, orí ẹ̀yin kan ti burú ńlẹ̀ Yorùbá, ńlẹ̀ kóòtù òjíire orí yín ti burú. Ẹ̀yin kan dánú rẹ̀ sí tẹ́ ń fa ilẹ̀ Yorùbá sẹ́yìn, tẹ́ ń lo orúkọ ìṣẹ̀dálẹ̀ Yorùbá, ẹ̀ ń lo àṣà àti ìṣe wa láti bójú Yorùbá jẹ́, ọkàn gbogbo yín ò ní balẹ̀. Rédèrèdè ní gbẹ̀yìn eré alẹ́ òṣùpá, rédèrèdè ló máa gbẹ̀yìn gbogbo yín lẹ́yọ kọ̀ọ̀kan. Ẹ fi ara burúkú balẹ̀, àṣẹmẹ́yẹ bọ̀ lápò ni. Ṣé rí wọ́n bá máa bẹ̀rẹ̀, àwọn òbí yín náà kọ́kọ́ rán sí yín ná, wọ́n á ní kán bá yín sòótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀, wọ́n á ní kán sọ fún yín pé ní tẹ́ fẹ́ dáwọ́lé kẹ́ mọ́ dáwọ́lé, tẹ́ ẹ bá kọtí ikún sí wọn, wọ́n jáwọ́, wọ́n á wá bọ́ sọ́dọ̀ àwọn àgbà òṣì, àwọn àgbà àyà ní gbogbo agbègbè, wọ́n á rán wọn sí yín. Bẹ́ẹ̀ bá kọtí ikún, wọ́n jáwọ́, wọ́n á wá rán àwọn local government chairman, àwọn local government agent, wọ́n á rán wọn sí yín. Bẹ́ẹ̀ bá kọtí ikún, wọ́n jáwọ́, wọ́n á wá rán àwọn religious leaders lókàn kó tó wá kan àwọn traditional leaders. Ṣé rí ẹ̀yin ọba wa, ẹ̀yin mo ní bá sọ̀rọ̀, ẹ̀yin ọba, ẹ̀yin kábíyèsí, ẹ̀yin mo ní bá sọ̀rọ̀. Ẹ má gba èpè, gbogbo ẹnu mo fi sọ, wọn yọ wí. Ẹ má gba èpè, ẹ mọ̀ dí. Ṣé rí bọ́n ṣe ń ṣe ìṣẹ̀dálẹ̀ Yorùbá lọ́jọ́ kìíní àná, ẹ ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́. Lọ́jọ́ kìíní àná tí Aláàfin bá fi ẹnu ẹ̀ ṣe ìpè fún yàn, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ó rí. Àmọ́ ṣé ẹrẹ́yìn ọba òde òní, ẹ ti gbàbọ̀dè, ẹ ti gbàbọ̀dè, ẹ ti tẹ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá, ẹ ti tàǹtàkùtà. Ọ̀rọ̀ yín ò lè káwọn ará àdúgbò mọ́, ọ̀rọ̀ yín ò lè káwọn aráàlú mọ́. Ẹ mọ̀ dí, torí pé ẹ ti jẹjẹkújẹ, ẹ ti torí ń tẹ́ jẹ, ẹ ti bẹ̀ẹ̀dẹ̀ jẹ́. Ọ̀rọ̀ yín ò lè ká ará àdúgbò mọ́. Kò sí èpè tẹ́ máa ṣẹ́ tí ó mú àwọn aráàlú, torí pé ẹ ti gbàbọ̀dè. Ẹ ti gbàbọ̀dè, ẹ ti dálẹ̀ òrìṣà, ẹ ti dálẹ̀ àwọn baba ńlá yín. Ọjọ́ kìíní àná, Bọ̀dé Thomas ó yájú sí Aláàfin kejì, Aláàfin Adéyẹmí of Ọ̀yọ́, ó yájú sí. Bàbá sì sọ fún un, ó ní yóò gbó tí ó fi kú ni. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni, ẹ lọ wò ó. Bọ̀dé Thomas ó gbó bí ajá ni tó fi kú. Nígbà táwọn ìṣẹ̀dálẹ̀ Yorùbá tán ń jẹ́ wa nu, torí pé à ń ṣe bó ti yẹ ká ṣe, ó sì rí bó ti yẹ kó rí. Àmọ́ ẹ ti dalẹ̀, ẹ̀yin wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ kan. Ṣé wá rí orò? Orí orò gan ti wá burú báyìí. Orí orò orí ẹ ti burú báyìí. Orò ò lè jẹ yín mọ́, ẹ mọ̀ dí. Orò ò lè jẹ yín mọ́ torí pé ẹ ti gbàbọ̀dè. Àwọn tí wọ́n ń ṣe orò, wọ́n ti gbàbọ̀dè. Ilẹ̀ ò lè san yín mọ́ torí ẹ̀jẹ̀ àwọn aráàlú ti kan ilẹ̀. Ìṣẹ̀dálẹ̀ ò lè gbè yín mọ́, ẹ̀jẹ̀ àwọn aráàlú ti kanlẹ̀. Ṣé wá rí wọn ní obì ní bíkú? Obì ò lè bíkú lórí yín, kò lè bí àrùn lórí yín, ẹ mọ̀ dí. Obì tí wọ́n lọ́jà, kò lè jẹ yín, kò lè gbè yín. Wọ́n ní orógbó ló ní kẹ́ máa gbó, ẹ lè gbó. Orógbó ò lè jẹ́ ẹ gbó torí orógbó ti wọ́n lọ́jà. Ara ni àwọn aráàlú. Ṣé wá ní atare? Atare ò lè rí ikú lórí yín, kò lè rí àrùn lórí yín torí pé atare ti wọ́n. Ìyà ń jẹ àwọn aráàlú. Ẹ wá bọ́ síta ilé ẹ fẹ́ gbé orò ọ̀sẹ̀ méjì, ayé yín ò ní dáa. Wọn yọ sọ o, gbogbo ẹnu mi sọ, ayé yín ò ní dáa. Ìṣẹ̀dálẹ̀ Yorùbá yóò bí gbogbo yín, ẹ̀jẹ̀ àwọn aráàlú yóò bí yín lọ́kọ̀ọ̀kan. Ẹ lọ kọ́lẹ̀, gbogbo ẹnu mi sọ, wọn yọ sọ. Ṣé wá rí? Ṣé rí ẹ̀yin mélòó lẹ́ẹ̀ ti bá ẹbọ pàdé lórí ìta mẹ́ta mọ́? Ẹbọ tí wọ́n ń sìn ẹbọ yẹn tán tẹ̀yìn, ẹ̀yin ẹyọ kan 1,000 naira. Ta ló fẹ́ fẹ́ yín ṣẹbọ mọ́? Ẹ lè bá ẹbọ lójú tó lórí ìta mẹ́ta mọ́. epo tí wọ́n ń kán sórí ògún epo tí wọ́n ẹ wá lè fẹ́ ṣòro ọ̀rọ̀ ò lè jẹ yín ọ̀rọ̀ ò lè gbè yín torí pé ọ̀rọ̀ tí ń bá yín ṣe politics ọjọ́ kìíní àná tó fẹ́ ṣe gubernatorial election lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wọ́n suspend ẹ̀ by 2 weeks ọ̀rọ̀ náà suspend ẹ̀rí pé orí ọ̀rọ̀ ti burú ọ̀rọ̀ ti join politics ẹ mọ̀ tanra yín ṣe rí nóòtọ́ àti irọ́ ìkan ni yóò mú àwa sì wà ń di òótọ́ àwa ń di òótọ́ àwa ń di kó lè dáa kó mọ rókì inú yín àbọ̀rọ̀ là ń sọ fọmọlúàbí tó bá dénú ẹ̀ àdòdìdì mo sọ yìí ná adìyẹ funfun yín ẹ̀ mọ́ra yín lágbà adìyẹ funfun yín níjọ ìbílẹ̀ ní Nàìjíríà òkè téńté lẹ́wà àmọ́ ẹ ti fi ìjẹkújẹ tẹ máa jẹ ẹ ti fi balẹ̀ jẹ́ àbọ̀rọ̀ là ń sọ fọmọlúàbí tó bá dé inú ẹ̀ ẹjọ́ òdòdìdì kò jù báyẹn lọ. Now I'll be moving on with my English. I'm here to encourage every single one that is coming out for the protest. There is no retreat, no surrender. I personally, it is so painful I won't be on ground. But guess what? I prefer a dangerous freedom over a peaceful slavery. We did not know we were slaves until we found out we couldn't do some certain things. Fight for what is worth fighting for. Fight for your right. Fight for others' right. Fight for what is right. Don't fight to make yourself right. Don't settle for what you get. Fight for what you deserve. The power of the people will always, endlessly, more than the people in power. See, well-meaning Nigerians, it's not an obedient thing. It's not a northern thing. It's not a west. It's not an eastern thing. It's the collective, painful hardship going on in that country that is fueling this. First, they will send your parents to you. I've crossed that bridge 2 years ago. I'm not proud when I say I blocked my parents, but I had to burn that bridge. These are the people that they failed us. Their generations failed us. They refused to speak up. They refused to fight. And now that we're fighting, they want to stand in our way. God damn it. If you're not going to stand with us, get the fuck out of our way. Otherwise, the storm coming is going to sweep you away. By the way, no one has actually mentioned anything about violence. We are going out for a peaceful protest. Do not shed the blood of any Nigerian on that ground. The moment you do, it's a different ball game entirely. And with all due respect, the Oba of Benin is one of the kings I respect. But I'm going to say this. If truly that letter came from you, please, pack well. Pack well. This is not a time for diplomacy. This is not a time to have your involvement or any Oba's involvement in what is going on right now. They did not introduce you guys to the conversation when people are committing suicide day and night. When families are eating leaves and salt to survive. We knew it was going to get this bad. Just that the innocent people are paying the price for this. They've called some of you together. They've called you to give you money, to induce you to pass that message. It's not going to be business as usual. Now is the time for change. And to all my Muslim brothers, you'll be going to mosques tomorrow. Pass that message across to your imams. Imam tó bá kọjá yìí ó máa fara gbégbá. Imam tó bá sọ̀sọkúsọ ẹlẹ́mbàtà lórí. Imam tó bá sọ ìsọkúsọ lórí àléfà ẹ sọ bàtà lòun kẹjẹ kó mọ̀ pé yes, it's a different ball game entirely. Owó burúkú tó ń fún yín tán ní kẹ́ lọ fi jẹjẹkújẹ ẹ máa yàgbẹ́ ẹ̀dànù ìyà dẹ̀ ń jẹ àwọn aráàlú lọ. It's not business as usual. On Sunday, to my fellow Christians, you go to the church. The youths come out, ask for the pastor's blessings. It's either you stand on their way or you stand with the people. And if you stand on the people's way, they will move you away with a storm, a huge, unprecedented storm. And guess what? Those that stand with the people, those that speak on behalf of the people, will be remembered. They will be remembered. They will be supported. They will be hailed. But guess what? If you come against the people are gonna come against you. Again, we're not coming for violence. I bet you there is nothing violence about the plan on ground. Innocent Nigerians just want to go out and observe their civil right. That is not too much to ask. But guess what? If you share the blood of any single person on that ground, Let's wait till then. I hope it doesn't happen for the peace of that country. It's not a threat. It is just the fact that the people of Nigeria are tired of this merry-go-round. Now that you're just dishing out money, borrowed money, to induce people to shut them up. We've come a long way. We've had sleepless nights. Since the election, people have been having back-to-back spaces. You think this is a joke? Nah, it's not. This is the fight, not even for our own lives, for our kids and their generations. We're standing our fucking ground and nothing is going to stand in our way. We're coming out for a peaceful protest. And for those of you shouting, don't come and protest in Lagos State too. Germany local by how many days now? About 7 days. Okay, no problem. We see how that goes. We see how that goes. And lastly, I will not encourage people sending money to Nigeria, and the reason is this: you're going out for a purpose. You're going out because you're not happy about what is going on in Nigeria. Go out and get that done. The outcome of the first day is going to encourage people out there to be like, yeah, you know what? We need to support them. Let it not be that you're coming out because people are sending you money. Let it be that people look at what is going on and they'll be like, oh, wow, now we need to support them. I'm in contact with the lawyers. We've already guaranteed lawyers in Abuja and Lagos. We're working on other platforms to make sure we secure people on ground to make sure they get them out. But please, we are only getting out people that has nothing to do with violence. Make sure you stick to the group. Make sure you obey the coordinators' directives. We're not going out for a violent protest. We're going out to observe our civil rights, okay? And for you to know how scared they are running out of the country. Why do you need to even run out of the country if you know you have what it takes to even stand and understand what the people are asking for? You don't feel the pulse. You don't understand. This has never happened before. It's either you stand with the people and you got the fuck out of the way of the people. Thank you so much. Are you back to you, Saddam?
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jimmy. Saddam, can you hear now?
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Come on, this network don't mess me up.
Saddam, can hear you. Let me see if I can. Okay. Okay. I mean, it's fine. I'm sure Saddam will try to.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, go ahead. I try to keep mute. I think you are listening.
This network.
Hello, Saddam, can you hear me?
Can anybody hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
This network they messed me up. I know which kind. We don't say they forest kind. Well, I bet guys. Oh God, Jimmy, thank you very much. I had your submission just briefly. Think of the crack like say at the here. You know, this DVD. With the just shit, man. Thank you guys. Please, in case the space crashes, I will just know I have to come back again. I'm just trying to make sure I've been switching from phones to phones to phones. Like I've crashed the space like 5 times now. But just in case, please, we'll be back. And I might have to take a very deep silence and probably if I'm not even hearing, but just please keep running the space as much as you can. At least let people be going on and be having the conversation. So in case I do not get to join the conversation, just so that I don't try to work again. So let the other people come into the conversation. Thank you very much. God bless you, Jimmy. Thank you very much for that submission, my brother. Even though I don't hear everything in full, at the end of the space, I will have to go back and have a replay of it. Thank you. Coming back to you, please.
All right. Thank you very much, Saddam. But I mean, just try and see if you could get it working. But thank you very much. Anyways, if you are just joining, welcome to Vawulence Space. The topic today is quite straightforward. In fact, the conversation currently is all about the upcoming protests with a lot of S that is going to be happening in Nigeria. That is going to be helping to set Nigeria free. So that's what the conversation is about. The first topic is Nigerian protest countdown. So the countdown is 7 days from today. The most talked about protest starts on August 1st. So that's the countdown. Then there's been some moves by Bat and his people to try and discourage people. The moves is very different ways. Like some of them are subtle, some of them are strong. So they are using God. They are using carrot and stick approach for us. Like catch some people, scare some people, like arrest some of them. How do you know that they are afraid? Is if you notice, almost everybody that they've arrested, they bail them. Because the real aim is not to arrest them. The real aim is to make other people become afraid. Because they know if they arrest people now, like real arrest, it might make issues worse. So the real aim is to make people afraid. And I really hope we don't succumb to this fear. So those are some of the anti-protest plans, tactics, agents that is already coming up. So please be alert and beware. So we're just going to start taking our speakers, and maybe on the top of the hour we'll have Barrister Nibe around, hopefully. But even aside that, we're going to keep having the conversation. If you know you're in the speaker section or speaker section and you tend to speak, please ensure that your hand is up. Before I go to the first speaker or the next speaker, rather, we've had a couple of people speak. I'll read. So the next speaker I'm going to go to is actually Mike, then Abraham. But before I go to Mike, I'll read a post from the post, and I think some of you have seen it. But I want to read it for the sake of emphasis. And it's the post of DJ Switch. This, I think, some 6 hours ago. She said, I'm just going to read part of it, probably not all. She said, I was not going to speak on this issue, because I've experienced firsthand the cowardice of many Nigerians. But my love for Nigeria is literally haunting me. So here it goes. They say that there is time for everything, a time to sleep, play, work, fight, die. Africa as a whole needs to know what fucking time it is. If you recognize what time it is, then you know what to do. Mind you, the cabals running Nigeria especially, are smarter than you all might think. While they may be on the edge about this planned protest, especially after seeing the events in Kenya, I promise you that they can bet their left balls that nothing will happen. That being said, many have been advised to show support for our fundamental human rights of freedom of expression for two reasons. One, so that there is a record of them supporting it. And two, to guide you all like babies to do your protest and go and sleep. I'm going to read this paragraph, which is the last part I want to probably stop. So the real question is, do you know what time it is? Because if you don't, just kukuma go and sleep. And if you do, then prepare to take the bull by the horn. So this is a fight or flight moment for Nigeria, to be honest. It's either we fight or we flight. It's either we fight or we run, literally. So it's really our choice. This is our choice to make. Mike, please go ahead, after which I'll come to Abraham.
Thank you very much, well-meaning Sadam. It's a privilege to be here once again. I just want to address the security agencies, DSS, the police, the army as well, and our military. Listen, guys, the biggest sponsor of this protests are the organizing, the funders. They are known. They are not hidden. They are everywhere. And you guys need to stop chasing shadows. There is one big chief I know that sponsored this protest. You know his name? His name is Insecurity. His name is Insecurity. He is in the north, he is in the south, he is in the east, he is in the west, he's everywhere. He operates everywhere. You know what, madam, when I know where they sponsor this program, where they sponsor this protest, that madam, now hunger, they give people food. They give people food. Even if he won't give you food, he go give you the one where no go sweet, where no get nutrition. He go starve you where. He go punish you where. Before he go give you that food. You go tell me, say you don't know him. You see, another sponsor of this protest, another organizer of this protest, Now I'm Mr. Technicality, so any case where you carry go give him, no matter the evidence, for where you know go win. You will go home angry. You will spend your money for that court. For where you won't get justice. Where you won't get justice from? As, your own be say, if you be poor person, say, where you go even see money to approach this man? Look at this man. Now they sponsor the protest. Now they fund them. Now they organize them. You don't hear me? Now him. See, you see that guy, man? Eh? Where Sabi thief public funds? He get networks around the world, shell companies. Oh boy, he can strike deals, approve contracts, not even deliver the job. Is our biggest sponsor. See, he runs in billions of dollars, and he get friends where. Now they sponsor the protest. You go say you don't know him. Abi you go say you never hear of him. I beg you, stop chasing after shadows. You're supposed to do better. You're not our intelligence agencies and our military to protect us. You think the man you see in the streets raising placard, that man are just symptom, symptom. You know, symptom. That man is not the sponsor of this thing. You don't hear me? Impunity, lady impunity. Ha! She can do anything and get away with it. She is the law. Nobody can challenge her. That is our number one guarantee. Where they behind us for this protest. You go say you never hear of this lady impunity. You will say I will do anything and I will get away with it. What are you talking about? The list long. And to most of you, let me just address you already here. We know what you're doing. We know who you are doing it with. We know where you are doing it. And we know how you are doing it and why you are doing it. This protest is not for rage. It's not for revolution. Are you hearing me? We will not allow you to hijack it like that. I beg, Oga, park one side. These sponsors, these funders, they are just enough. We don't need people like you. Everywhere in Nigeria will protect our critical infrastructure because it's a peaceful calling of your attention to these people. Please, no Nigerian is going out there to attack any Nigerian. I beg, our military, our police protect the protesters. No shoot them. No incarcerate them. Thank you. I use the mic. I hope I don't let I don't give una security briefing. Go arrest these ones when I tell you. And then don't they chase shadows. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mike. And to tell you how crazy this is, one would have thought, for example, when Goodluck saw that the problem people had against him was insecurity leading to the election, and the election people were going to use it as a protest vote. When he postponed the election, all of a sudden, they started clearing Boko Haram. Within 2 weeks, a lot of clearing. So one would have thought that for the past 1 month that people have been talking about this protest, like NC said, the truth is that if we don't do this protest, the suffering is going to double. Like, Continue would have known that, after how they know, see, like NC said, one would have thought that this man would have just said, okay, you know what, just give them petrol for 300 so that maybe that one can come. They are not even caring. They are not even trying to, or more. Anyway, Abraham, please go ahead. After Abraham, I'm going to come to Morocco.
All right, guys. Good evening, everybody. Women in Nigeria, Emir Saddam, Balanle, and Ariwachik is on the group. Ariwachik, I salute you. Mike, the professor, God bless you. And every other person, I can see that the group is growing. And I want to appreciate everybody that is proactively doing something to get this to succeed. As a patriot, don't do it as a selfish Nigerian. Do it for yourself. Like Emir Saddam said in his opening remarks, you're only allowed to be selfish here when you are fighting about Nigeria. When think about yourself, be selfish about fighting for Nigeria. Thinking about yourself. That's what I'm doing. All right. So my submission is very simple, and as I'm saying it, I want us to be doing it. I just shared, while they were talking, I was sharing the link of the space. I shared it on my wall on Twitter. I shared it on Facebook. Then I shared it to 2,000 persons on my WhatsApp through a broadcast. I'm not bluffing. I'm telling you what I do. Please, as a Nigerian, your job is to get this protest to succeed. And that job is active and daily. If you're not doing it, you are not patriotic, and you are one of the problems. I don't care how busy you are, because a friend of mine made a quote, and I'm going to say it here. That quote every day is ringing in my head. He said, "You can never outgrind a dying system and a dying economy." There is no matter how you work hard, no matter how you strive to make it in Nigeria, you can't outgrind the Nigerian dying system. All right? Because in the next 3 years, if it continues like this, you can't buy food, even if you have tens of millions of naira. This is how a system collapses. This is how anarchy looms. So what we are trying to do is to save the nation before it collapses before us. Well, meaning Nigeria has made a statement, earlier. It's our parents that didn't fight. They kept quiet most of the time. What we inherited is a messed up system. Let me tell you something. We are the children that have inherited the trouble of the land. And if we don't do something about it, nobody's going to do anything about it. And after this generation, the next generation are completely clueless. I want you to know that. Go online, you see what I'm talking about. Right? I know there's a lot of people that are still afraid. Please don't be afraid. Okay? Don't be afraid. Sri Lankan people that gathered and took over their government house and chased away the wicked president, they were just 500,000 people. They were not even up to 1 million people. All right? We have the biggest crowd in the world. Be happy. All right? The reason why they are running up and down is because they are scared. That's why. And they don't have any other thing to do. So what we are doing is the soul of our nation that we're trying to save. All right. And sometimes you have to cut off some vital organs to save the real human body. This is what we are doing. We have to keep shouting. So please, I beg you, there's nothing that you're going to hear in this space that you've not heard close to 1,000 times before. The only thing that is remaining for every Nigerian under the sound of my voice is to take action steps. You have family members, you have friends, you have church members, you have groups that you belong to. Please share it. As I'm talking, be doing it. You can just be listening and be doing it. It's not difficult. All right? Kill that propensity for selfishness. Kill it. Kill it. Let it die. Because it's our fault, partly our fault, that we've been keeping quiet. So let everybody become selfless. When this, some people have been thinking that we are committing crime. People, you send messages to people and they are telling me, Abraham, be careful. Oh, don't go out. I'm angry. My spirit is angry.
Yeah.
How the hell are you telling me to be careful? I'm a man of God. See, I know the Constitution. I know what I'm doing. I'm not breaking the law. I'm on my rights. And you cannot put hand in my eye and rob me of my rights in my own nation. Come on, I'm a citizen, for crying out loud. All right? Whatever that I'm doing is contained within the books. So whoever that is here, if you are listening, do the same thing. Get your papa and mama, tell them about the protest. Argue with them. Educate them. Let them know what's going on. Because this is the only nation that we have. There's no spare.
Yeah.
Travel to other parts of the country, of the world, and see how they're treating us. It's crazy. So, guys, this is my only submission. And finally, I want to say the last thing before I yield the mic. Please, let's find a way and get this police and the Nigerian military to work with us. Yes, we need to get them to work with us. In every place that we gather, we need to show them love, show them care. We need to show them kindness. Yes, because these things are ways that you make people love you. Yes.
All right. Thank you
Get
very
them.
much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abraham. Thank you for that sound submission. It's very important for us to know. Very important for us to know. We need to be resolved to that. This is just the time. The later we put it, the more difficult. But the good thing is that, like I said, once we start it, it's going to be autopilot from there. There are too many people in Nigeria that are just waiting. They are just waiting. They don't know what next. They are just waiting. Anyway, quickly, let me take Morocco. Okay, I need to quickly bring in our brother Morocco. I think his network is struggling with his network, but I hope he'll be able to speak. Morocco is probably one of those people you can refer to as son of protest. I've heard Miss B, that's Miss Barry, make reference to him a couple of times. So, Morocco, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, please go ahead.
All right, thank you. Greetings to you all. And first of all, I will start with the definition of protest. Because every time you talk about protest in Nigeria, they will tell you that the fathers of democracy or the fathers of protest in Nigeria, they will reference to the Nadeko shenanigans. They will reference to them, the Nadekos. They did the protest, and it was never called a violent protest. Since 2014, I've been protesting with Bring Back Our Girls till up to 2020. And for once, I've never seen the violent side of our protest, but I saw the violent side of the people paid to protect us, that they were unleashed on us on several times. Arrest, beating, everything. They've done everything they can do. So they define protest as violence protest. Now, today, the Nigerian military released a statement that they know that some people they will be snatching phones and cars and everything. Since you know them, go and arrest them. That is the duty of the Nigerian security. That is the reason why they said you should inform the security agencies, not because we want them to clap for us or to host us to a coffee. No, that is your only responsibility in this country, to protect the citizens of this country, not the other way. Anytime you talk, they will tell you that it is protest, it is violent, it is going to be violent. Before NSAS protest, there have been protests in Nigeria almost every year. None was called violent protest. Even the NSAS protest that they're talking about, out of all the states that did, Lagos was their target. We saw the people that were brought in to come and do the dirty work. We saw everything on camera. Everything was there. They did what they have to do to tame the protesters as violent. Only Lagos was attacked. All other states were normal. Even though Abuja was also attacked, but properties were not invaded and everything. And that is their own plans. Every time we talk, they will say, we don't want violence, we don't want violence. Who are the people doing the violence? Who are the people sponsoring the violence? They are the people that would think that our leaders. I will be on the traffic light and I will wait for the traffic light to give me go before I go. But the person given the responsibility to enforce that law, the commissioner of police or the IG of police, cannot wait for 1 minute. But that is not a problem. I am the only problem. And if I do the same, I will be arrested. And you tell me that, yes, Nigerians are violent? No, Nigerians are not violent. Do you want me to define for you what violence means? Violence is when you spend 21 billion naira on the resident of VP while his community and his local government people are in the IDP camp. That is violence. Violence is when a common Nigerian, an average Nigerian, cannot go to the hospital and get treatment. like it's supposed to be. That is violent. Violence is when politicians will spend billions of naira to purchase cars for themselves while their constituency and their community are suffering from basic water, just water to drink. They're suffering from that. That is violence. If you want me to extend violence, violence is when I cannot go to my community in my state. I am from Borno State, and I cannot go to my local government freely. And that is the violence that they don't want us to talk about. That is violence. Violence is when bandits cannot allow people to go to their farms and to go and do their business. That is violence. Violence is when IPOB will say people will not come out on Monday. That is violent. And the security agents are looking at that. Violence is when I cannot drive my car from here to Kano or to Imo or to Niger State freely without being afraid of getting kidnapped on the road. That is violent. Violent is when an average Nigerian will wake up and will not believe that he can have 3 square meals a day. That is violence. But when you talk, they will tell you that you people are violent. Who is more violent between the citizens and the politicians, the so-called leaders? Violence is when a government appointee, not someone we elected, will just wake up and increase the price of electricity in this country. And nobody will question him. That is the bigger violence. But you come and tell me that because people want to carry a placard is not a gun. This is not bandits. This is not Boko Haram. This is not any IPOP or any group that you define as terrorists or bad people. These are Nigerians yearning for survival. Just recently, in Plateau State, a building fell on students, small children. A lot of them died. But you know what? The only thing that newspaper will carry, from Nation newspaper to Punch, for everything, the only thing they will carry is 6 people died, 10 people died, 20 people died. They don't even have name. They don't even have face. They are nameless. They are faceless. This is the life of a Nigerian. A Nigerian is just a figure and a number. That is violence. You will hear 100 people killed in Zamfara, 200 people killed in Katsina. Those people don't have name. Those people don't have relatives. Those people don't have government. They are only numbers. The violence they are talking about is the violence that you and I are only praying that it should not be me or you every day. Because if you think the people of Katsina or Zamfara or Imo or any other state that are suffering the insecurity, if you think it only stays with them, no, it is just about who is next. Violence is when we don't have an institution that a son of nobody can become somebody without knowing anybody. That is violence. But when it's time for them to sit down on the right table and discuss how to share the national cake, that is patriotism. But they want you and I to come to only be patriotic when we stand up to a song. I don't know if it's sung by Lagbaja or who, that is a national anthem, that if you don't stand up, you are not patriotic. No, I am. I can only be unpatriotic when I overlook the killings in my state, the killings in my country. That is when I'm unpatriotic. Not when they are playing a song. They just budgeted some money for in their own budget, 300 billion naira, to maintain bridges, to maintain block and cement. Well, that place you are maintaining. Now, person where they are alive go use that road. People are not even protected in their own houses. You buy your own house, you put your own borehole, you pay electricity fee, you pay tax, you pay security man to guard your house. What is the government doing to you as a citizen? What is the government doing to us as citizens? Press statement, press statement, press statement. That is the value of a Nigerian. And violent is when a government appointee will look at citizens and say they are just wailers. They are just wailing. Someone that is being paid with my own tax money, but it's calling me a wailer because I complain of the hardship. Nigeria is not for all of us. They say Nigeria belongs to all of us. That is not true. Until and when the right things are done, then we will say Nigeria is for all of us. But for now, Nigeria is for some few bigots, thieves, and idiots. We either do it right or we continue lamenting for the next generation to come.
Yeah.
If you talk, they will tell you that, look at what happened in Kenya. I'm not yet the head of UNICEF or UN. You don't talk to me about Kenya for now. Talk to me about my own situation and my own country and my own states. If I fix my own country, then we can talk about the neighbors. They are fighting their own fight. Let us fight our own fight. My name is Morocco and I rest my case.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Morocco. And thank you. I mean, I listened to you keenly, and when you started listing what was violence, the first thing you said was the fact that the acclaimed vice president, 21 billion was spent to build a residence for the acclaimed vice president. Why? Like, it struck me. It dawned on me. Like, I just remember, you know, there's a lot that happened in Nigeria. You probably just forget a lot as well. That this same person is from Borno State, where there are so many people that don't have homes. What kind of people do we have? Like, on a normal day, that's something that you can't even dare. Like, even if they offer you, you say, no, I can't. Like, my mind, I can't sleep in a house that they budgeted 20-something billion for, when my people are living in the bush. Like, they are living my God. All those things, that's the real violence. What we are doing as Nigerians, wanting to even give government demand. We are not even saying get out of the office. We are saying do this, like just do this, make our lives better. And they tell you, oh, violence, protest, oh, this and that. They forced us so much that every time we talk, we have to always qualify it and say, peaceful protest, peaceful protest. We have to keep emphasizing peaceful when we really have the right to just protest. No qualification, to be honest. Peaceful protest, because they push that gaslighting to our face. Nigerians, we need to wake up. To be honest, we need to wake up. Anyways, thank you very much, Morocco. Thank you. And I really hope people listening to you, and they are people, maybe they fear, don't they did discourage, they reward your head rework. Thank you very much, Morocco. Meanwhile, we have NCs. We have NCs in the building. NCs just joined us. Okay. And also we have our guest, Inebe in the building. I don't think he needs any introduction. Some of us we see him, we hear him speak every time. He's one person that, I don't know, his courage, and he's always up in front speaking truth to power. It's just unfortunate that we lack this kind of persons in their numbers, because if we have so many of these persons in Nigeria, maybe we might be lucky enough to say, okay, since many people are talking, but what has happened over time in Nigeria is there are good ones that have just decided to say, no, I'm not bothered about Nigeria. Some are just saying, no, I'm tired. Some so we have Inibe on the space. He's going to be our guest today. We're going to give him the conversation has been protest, protest, protest. So we are going to give him the opportunity, not the opportunity, rather we are going to have the privilege, basically, to have him talk to us from, of course, this. I've seen him. I saw him on. Is it Robin Minds? Yeah, Robin Minds. I think it was just this Sunday. It made the conversation was a lot about this protest. If you go to his TL, he has posted some of the different clips where he made reference to this. So we have him probably come from some of the legal perspective and his own experience and his own thoughts generally about what is this protest and how we could do it better, or just generally his own thoughts on it, with some emphasis on the legal perspective. So I mean, I know I'm not going to. We want to hear from him, so I'll go straight to him now. I don't want to keep him for so long.
And let me just add one more thing. Thank you
Yeah,
very much. Am I audible, please?
yes, I can hear you.
All right, thank you very much, guys. Thank you so much. I've just been struggling with my network, just in the network, but honestly speaking, I just sat down and I thank God that I was able to listen to Morocco speak. If you didn't, if what that guy said did not prick your heart, I don't understand if you're a Nigerian or you're a human being at all. Honestly speaking, we have been so gaslighted for so long as the people, by this same set of criminals that I have successfully built a structure for themselves, the elite class. And they selfishly defend it. And any small thing they try to throw in keywords, buzzwords like violence, protest going to be violent, and all those stuff, just to keep us down. And I think he has broken it down for us where there is no more violence than the violence perpetrated to Nigerians by the elite class. No matter what happens on the street, it is not a 1% of what we Nigerians have passed through. And Nigerians have always proven to people that love life. We love life. We do not come out to protest violently. We come out to express ourselves. It has always been infiltrated by this same criminal class, the same them, the same set of people. But let's have this conversation go on to the next level, and we have with us Inibe F. Young. It's thank you to everyone that reached out to me to bring him up today. He scheduled his space also for today, and people were in my DMs like, Saddam, I think we should have Inibe F. Young on the platform today, and let's all harmonize the conversation, and that's why he's here today. So he will be talking to us about the whole protest, and also for those that have questions to ask, please let it be an open session with him for the next 1 hour plus. We can have him here, give his submissions, have people ask him questions. If you have questions that have to do with your right to protest, any legality that has to do with protest, I think he will be able to answer all those stuff for us. But right now, let me circle back to you, Nigeria. Thank you guys for your patience, and let's have a wonderful space with him. Thank you.
Yeah, straight up. Let me just bring in Inibe to give his submission, his admonition, his sermon. Inibe, I don't know if you can hear us.
Yes, please.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Saddam, and all those who have made this conversation possible. I'll just go straight to it. So much has been said, really, about the legality of protest, the constitutional basis for protest. A lot of questions have been asked, either directly or indirectly, about what Nigerians can do, what rights are exercisable, the manner of protest, the purpose for the protest. Do we need permit or consent of the government or the police to protest? Are there places that are designated under the law for protest or that are excluded from protest? Are there time or duration of protest? Must the reason for the protest be justifiable? There are just quite a couple of questions that have arisen, including whether really upon apprehension or anticipation of violence, whether based on actual intelligence or fabricated intelligence, can law enforcement intervene to halt or stop protests from taking place because violence is going to take place? What is the duty of the police under the law during protests? Does the military have a role in a democratic setting, in a protest, and so on? So these are some of the legal questions that I hope to offer clarity to tonight. I will try to make this as objective as possible. I'm open to any dissenting opinion on the legal issues. I'm also receptive of questions that may arise. So let me just go straight to it. Now, the starting point is to say that protest is essentially a form of civic expression or democratic expression. Protest is the act of protesting. It is the act of expressing disapproval for the actions of governments, individuals, or persons. Um, so when people say they are protesting, what they are essentially saying is that they are expressing their disapproval, they are dissenting, they are saying that they are aggrieved, they have reasons not to be excited or be happy. That is just to put it in a very elementary sense. So when people say they want to protest, what they're essentially saying is that they want to express their disapproval, they want to express their grievances. Now, what is the legal basis for protest? Is protest a right? Is it a privilege? If it is a right, is it a fundamental right? I need to say that there is difference between human rights and fundamental rights. Now, human rights are rights, of different forms. There are several rights that may be classified as human rights, including the right to education. But education is not a fundamental right under our constitution, but it is actually a human right. Right? Housing, so we have socioeconomic rights, for example, but those rights are not fundamental rights. They become fundamental rights when they are enshrined in the Constitution, when the violation of same gives rise to a cause of action or enables a person to activate the legal process to seek redress. And they are fundamental rights because they are rights that renew us. They are rights that arises to the benefit of a person or persons by very reason of their being human beings. They are not rights that are donated by government. They are rights that every human being is entitled to simply on the basis of one's humanity. And is protest one of those rights? Is protest a fundamental right? I answered that question in the affirmative. Two constitutional provisions come into fore. The first is Section 39 of the 1999 Constitution, which guarantees the right to freedom of expression. Now, the word protest is not mentioned in Section 39 of the Constitution. But of course, every student of constitutional law, I mean, it is Law 101, knows that when you read the language and the purport of Section 39, it includes the right to protest in the sense that that section guarantees two things. One is the right to freedom of expression, and that expression can be either positive or negative expression. It doesn't have to be favorable. And that includes the right to critique government, that includes the right for one to disagree on issues, and then there is also the right to own the means of expression, which is the conditional basis for the existence of the media. So that entails that the Constitution allows, if you look at the provisions of Section 39 up to, it gives everyone the right to own, means and medium for dissemination of information and ideas and opinions. So one, you have the right to express yourself. Two, you have the right to own any medium or establish any medium or operate any medium to disseminate that idea and information. So when you are expressing yourself, you can express yourself verbally, you can also express yourself physically. You can also express yourself in an artistic form. And one way of doing that is through cartoon. Another way of doing that is through music, and that is why you see musicians use their music. People in Nollywood use music basically to critique what is going on. So when you do that, you are actually exercising your right to freedom of expression. The second constitutional basis for the right to protest is actually Section 40 of our Constitution, which guarantees the right to freedom of association and peaceful assembly. And that section says that you have the right to belong to any association, whether it is registered or not. So you don't necessarily need to register an association for you to form and belong to one. And that is the point that the Supreme Court had made in the case of incorporated trustees of Ganifa and versus Ganifa, the case of Ganifa versus NBA, and several other cases, that unincorporated associations, even though they don't have juristic personality, they are not recognized by law as legal personalities. However, you can belong to an association. Now, what does peaceful assembly mean? It means that you can come together in community with other citizens for achieve a common or pursue a common purpose or agenda. So once people are gathering, once people are assembling, they are actually exercising their constitutional rights. And you can do so in public, you can do so in any place that is permissible under the law, right? In any place that is not excluded by law. The second question that I want to address tonight is the right to protest absolute? The answer is no. There is no right under the Constitution that is absolute. Indeed, if you look at Section 45 of our Constitution, every right, including the right to life, can be derogated from. But as a student of constitutional law, I have always cautioned, I have always reprimanded my colleagues that you do not go to speak about derogations, to speak about exceptions to a right without first acknowledging that the right exists. And that is the problem we have as a country. People keep saying, oh, this right is not absolute, but have you even recognized the existence of that right? So before you say that there are limits to the right to protest, you must first acknowledge that that right exists. You cannot create exceptions without acknowledging the existence of the general principle or the general rule, right? Now, what are the possible exceptions? Of course, under Section 45 of the Constitution, every right that is guaranteed, including the right to protest and the right to freedom of association, can be derogated from. For example, you have the right to join an association, but that does not guarantee you the right to join a secret society, right? To belong to a cult and kill people, or a secret cult in the university. Our constitution does not allow for that. Yes, you have the right to freedom of expression, you have the right to engage in protest. Does that allow you to burn properties? The answer is no. Now, I believe that point has been addressed. So the right to protest is not absolute. It can be limited. Does police permit? Is police permit one of the exceptions or one of the derogations to the right to protest? Or to rephrase it, do you need the consent of law enforcement for you to go out to protest? The answer is no. This is a point that has been litigated. This is a point that has been settled by the court. As far back as 2008, in the case of All Nigeria People's Party, in fact, Inspector General of Police and All Nigeria People's Party. The interesting thing about this case is that it was General Muhammadu Buhari who then, as leader of the ANPP, went to protest after the 2007 presidential election and was aggrieved by the outcome. Himself and the late Okadibo were tear gas. In fact, it is rumored that Okadibo's death may have been attributable to that tear gas also. I don't know whether that is true, but it is reported by some persons that Okadibo was so badly affected by the tear gas canisters that were thrown at him that he had health complications. Again, I don't know whether that is verifiable, but this can be, you can check this out. What I know as a fact is that Buhari was tear gas and he briefed Mr. Femi Falana SAN, who went to court pro bono on his behalf to test the law called the Public Order Act. That Public Order Act demanded that before citizens can gather to protest, to exercise themselves, they must seek police permit. That provision of the act was tested. The Court of Appeal declared it unconstitutional, and then that has been the position of the law. Now, in 2022, for those who may not know, I had the privilege of also arguing this same matter before the Court of Appeal. And that is the case of Inspector General of Police versus Charles Oputa. You will remember that under the Buhari junta, Buhari had stayed out of the country for over 100 days. Charlie Boy decided to lead some people in a protest that the Christian resume or resign, asking that Buhari should either resume or should resign because of his health impediments. Recall that he was attacked by the police at the Unity Fountain, himself with Raphael Adebayo and other comrades while they were singing. The police violated his rights, and I had the privilege of representing him at the Federal High Court. And we got a 50 million naira judgment against the Nigerian police and the government. The police felt dissatisfied. They went to the Court of Appeal. And one of the issues that we had to contend with from the trial court, interestingly, this decision was handed down at the Federal High Court by the current Chief Judge of the Federal High Court, my Lord, the Honorable Justice Soho, awarded that 50 million naira judgment. The police went to the Court of Appeal. We also defeated them at the Court of Appeal. And in affirming our arguments on the matter, one of the issues that arose, which takes me to the third question I want to address tonight, was whether upon anticipation of violence, the police have the right to intervene, they have the right to stop people from protesting, or whether if they believe that there is going to be breakdown of law and order, they can actually stop protests from taking place. This argument had also arisen in the case of IGP and ANPP that was ruled upon far back in 2008. But it was really litigated by the police, and I had made the argument that indeed under the law, the police cannot simply on the basis that hoodlums or miscreants or whatever, and that was the argument they made in Charlie Boy's case, are going to hijack a protest, intervene to stop that protest from taking place. The Court of Appeal completely, in a unanimous judgment, this was 2022, unanimous judgment rejected the argument of the police and reaffirmed the position of the law, namely that one, the police being a law enforcement agency, it is the responsibility of the police to guarantee the security of citizens, including when protest is taking place. And that where the police believe that there is going to be breakdown of law and order, it becomes their responsibility to ensure that there is no breakdown of law and order, to protect the protesters and arrest those who are planning to cause breakdown of law and order. So that clearly answers any question as to whether the statement by the State Security Service that they have gathered strange intelligence, that the protest will be hijacked, that criminals are going to burn Lagos, that people are going to, hoodlums are going to set fire on buildings, that they want to stop anybody from protesting. As I said, this is not just me speaking to you, this is an argument. Does the army have any business in the rights in when people are protesting? Now, that in 2008, the Court of Appeal had the opportunity to declare certain sections of the Public Order Act unconstitutional that demanded police permit. Now, in recognition of the position of the law, the National Assembly, unknown to most Nigerians, in 2015, amended the Electoral Act and introduced a very interesting provision. That is the now repealed 2010 Electoral Act. It was amended by to allow for the right to protest, and that act, as I stated, in making that amendment, the National Assembly made it clear that the role of the police public gathering or holding of processions and rallies shall only be limited to provision of adequate security. So, provision. But that's not even the end of the matter. The Police Act, the very act that states the structure of the police in section 83, subsection 4. This is Police Act Establishment Act of 2020, a very recent piece of legislation. The one that they just suspiciously amended recently to alter the tenure of the IGP. That act in section 83, sub 4 says once the police is given a notice or has a notice or is notified by a person or an organization that protest is going to take place. You say when they are given notice, please, that protest is going to take place or that people are going to gather to express themselves. He says the police within the area where the protest is to take place shall be deployed to ensure that the protesters are protected and that the protest is peaceful. So the law, the Police Act itself, gives the Inspector General of Police, the Commissioners of Police, the area commanders, the DPOs, a statutory obligation to protect protesters. So when people are coming out on Monday, when you see the police, the duty that they have is not to disperse you, is not to detect to you what to say. Their duty on that day by the Police Act itself is to protect you. That is assuming that there are even hoodlums who are coming to hijack the protest. The Electoral Act says the police must protect you to ensure that that protest is peaceful. And I can announce to you that I have now sent a letter to the Inspector General of Police. I believe that letter will get to him by morning to notify him that Nigerians all over the country will be protesting. And I am demanding that the police should ensure that Nigerians are protected, that nobody is harassed, and anybody that wants to cause trouble or wants to hijack the protest as they claim, that they attend to that legally. So I'll be giving notice to the IG tomorrow morning. I can confirm to you that that letter is already on the way to the IG's office. So on the basis of law, all that needs to be done has been done. It is now the business of the police to ensure that nobody is attacked, that no hoodlum hijacks any protest. The other respectful to Nigerians that the spokesperson of the army or the military will even issue a statement telling the Nigerians that they are not going to tolerate protests. It is an insult on those who died chasing the military out of power. It is an insult on those who were murdered by the Abacha rejunta and all the military despots in this country. The Ganifa Emid who had to go to jail, people who had to be detained. In fact, it is even an irony that Tinubu, who claimed he fought military rule and went on exile, that is now president of Nigeria one way or the other, right? And the military is now even issuing a statement under him threatening protesters. For me, this is, an attempt to undermine our country, and we should not tolerate that. The military has no business. Under the constitution, the law is very clear on that, right? If you look at section 217 and 218, right? Regarding the role of the armed forces, the military can only intervene when the civil authorities are overwhelmed. That implies that for the military to be deployed in aid, because the role of the military is basically to protect the territorial integrity of Nigeria. So ordinarily, the military has no, all these special joint task force we are seeing, they're actually constitutional aberration. They are not supposed to be so. The constitution only says where the civil authority is overwhelmed. That is where the situation is so serious that the entire police of institution in Nigeria is incapable of addressing it. The civil defense is incapable of addressing it. The SSS, in some sense, is incapable of addressing it. Then the police can be invited. And indeed, if you look at even the National Security Agencies Act, even the State Security Service, they have no business interfering in the rights of Nigerians to protest. So when Mr. Peter Afunanya, I hope I got his surname right, comes out to issue a ridiculous statement threatening the Nigerians, I hope they are listening to me, and they should listen very well, because we are not going to be a conquered people. When he comes out to issue a statement to say that the service has received intelligence, it is actually a mockery of our constitution. They are basically desecrating on our constitution, because the National Security Agencies Act is actually one of the pieces of legislation that were incorporated into the constitution, like the Land Use Act. Now, if you look at the National Security Agencies Act, I think section 3, the duty of the SSS, and I've been telling Nigerians to stop calling them DSS. That is part of the lawlessness. I have protested this publicly. I have said it on duty, and it has become like I've become like a broken record. There is no agency known to law as DSS or Department of State Service or Department of State Services. If they arrest you today, you cannot sue DSS. You cannot sue Department of State Services. This anomaly, I think, started when Merilo Noga was the spokesperson of that agency. Their name, I have always been consistent, is State Security Service. That is what the law knows. Why they choose to go by an illegal name, I do not know. But we must address them by their name. State Security Service. I believe part of the reason they are running away from their name is because they don't want people to know that their duty is actually confined to gathering of intelligence, right? They are supposed to be the covert police. They are not supposed to be seen. But it is in Nigeria that DSS, or as they choose to call themselves, which is actually SSS, will be going to the road to control traffic, will be carrying a handbag for wives of politicians and doing all sort of things. Of course, they can be deployed to protect VIPs, but that should be the end of the matter. They have no business engaging, resolving family dispute. If somebody is dragging your land today, you can go to the SSS. If somebody is owing you money, you can go to SSS. This is part of the abuse of our institution. And in calling for reform, we must also call for a reform of the SSS. They should stick to their core mandate under the law. To their army, by the police, by the SSS, by the Minister of Information, and every other person that they have intelligence that hoodlums, miscreants, that this is that there is now ulterior motive. All those things have no basis in law. Does protest have to be justifiable under the law? Must your reason for protesting be rational? Must it be acceptable? The answer is no. Indeed, I have the constitutional right to wake up tomorrow and say, I don't like the way that Tinubu dresses. I don't like the way he appears on TV. I don't like the way he talks. I can choose to carry placard to protest that. Nobody can stop me from protesting. So you don't need to convince anybody that the reason why you are protesting is it need not be acceptable to the government. So that point has to be understood very clearly. Very clearly. Now, can protesters be arrested? Of course, yes. Right? The police in Nigeria can arrest you for anything. In this country, as you would remember, the police once arrested someone for allegedly naming a dog Buhari. I don't know if we still remember. I had the privilege of spearheading that matter. If police can arrest somebody because of a name that is given to a dog, there is no other the police can arrest you for anything. In fact, if you wake up tomorrow and you don't like the way your wife is looking at you, and you walk to the police station and complain, you'll be surprised that they will invite your wife. That is how disorganized our police is. So we must understand that we are dealing with an institution that is deeply dysfunctional. But what is the assurance? If they arrest you, you don't have to be frightened, you don't have to be intimidated. There is no serious charge or any charge known to law that they will bring against you that is going to stand. The protesters who were arrested for taking part in the Revolution Now protest, I had the privilege of representing them. And the matter went to trial and they cut through the charges away. So the point I am making is that if you look at from history, I have always said, show me one protester historically that has been arrested, taken to court, and was convicted for protesting. I challenge anybody to cite one example. You are not going to likely find one. And I say that because some of us have been privileged to take part in many of those cases in recent years. In fact, in Akwa Ibom, a few years ago, some group of protesters called the next of kin of primary school teachers who were protesting their relative who were primary school teachers were not paid their entitlements, went to protest in front of the government house. You know what happened? The commissioner of police arrested them. You know what they were charged? They were charged for attempted suicide. So people went to protest in government house. The Nigerian police arrested them and charged them for attempted suicide. What was the argument? That it was suicidal to protest in front of the government house. Of course, we also had the privilege of having that charge thrown out. So all these cases that, if you look at historically, everybody that has always been arrested for protest, even if they arraign you in court, I want to give you the assurance not to be intimidated. Those are trumped up charges that our judiciary will throw out. So nobody should be frightened that, oh, I will be arrested. And why should people be so afraid of arrest? Right? I don't think as long as you are not going to prison as a criminal, you did not steal anybody's property, you now in closing my to us, because I can assure you, the same way you are planning to protest peacefully, we are dealing with a so you must be, if you are going out to protest on the first, you must be very watchful. Look at the person beside you and ensure that nobody does anything possible an excuse to commit whatever havoc they are planning. So as I said, I believe I have addressed most of the issues. Do not be frightened. The answer is no. The answer is no. So even if you choose to protest by 2 a.m., of course, I'm not asking anybody to protest by 2 a.m. It is within your constitutional right, right? You have and the issue is, are you supposed to protest in the bush? Because I hear people say, oh, don't protest on the road. Is it in the bush that you are going to protest? Of course, the constitution says you have the right to gather peacefully in public. Now, historically, the person who is the president of Nigeria today has warned the police not to attack protesters. And I hope that the police will listen to their commander in chief, right? Tinubu has warned the police not to attack protesters. The evidence is there. He has taken part in protests. So we are hoping and believing that they will allow Nigerians to exercise their rights. But this is not something that you should stick for on your knees. Nigerians must refuse to be a conquered people. We must demand our rights, and in doing so, we must do so peacefully. Thank you. I welcome questions that may arise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barrister Nibe. Omo. I wish I had emphasized enough before you started speaking for people to share the space. But I'm hoping that people took a clue on their own to share the space, and I really hope that people are listening all over Facebook, on YouTube, on TikTok, because what you just said is pretty much a master like it's something that everybody needs to know so that, I mean, so you know, sometimes they try to bamboozle you with so much, even police want to use technicality on you. I saw the whatever by the DSS handle today, and I was like, I don't like it's what's happening in Nigeria. But thank God we've heard from. I think one of the things that's key for me that every Nigerian needs to know, Nigerians at home and abroad. First of all, is that these are cases. These are not things that are just on the laws, but they have not been tried in court, so you don't know what the court judgment will be. These are things that, from what he has mentioned, cases upon cases upon cases. And if you think you know someone that was arrested and taken to court, so take note of that clause, taken to court, and the person wasn't, and the court are like finally charged the person and say the person was guilty. It's not possible. So it's why it's also important to get a lot of figure. But most importantly, again, was for the police. This whole talk of, oh, it will be hijacked. It is not our business. To protest is ours. To protect is the police. And I mean protect is the police. So it's the police duty to say, oh, if they feel like, it will be hijacked, no problem. Put people out there to help stop it from being hijacked. So those are very key points that we should like. Everything was cool back to back. But I don't think it's too late. Please, guys, do well to post the space, share the space so that we can get more people to. It's not for the crowd, it's really for people to. I feel like the more people that can get a lot of this information, then if they go out there, they can also relate to people and let people just get more confidence by knowing they're right. I'm going to bring up different speakers now. Please, I know we were discussing some other things, so I don't want to make it look as if, you are limited to just asking Barrister Nibe a question. So I'll just put it like this. If you want to make a submission related to the topic, just a quick submission, make it as quick at best, 2 minutes. Then if you have a question, then I can say use your 2 minutes for the submission, or if you have a question, really, I can give you like 3 minutes. So maybe you can use 2 minutes for your submission and 3 minutes for the question, or use the entire 3 minutes for the question. So it's very, let's make it like that so that we can get more people to ask questions, and maybe ask questions that will bring more answers, that will bring more things that I probably forgot to talk about. So please, that is very, very important. Okay, normally I would have said Mom should wait, but since she's raising her hand almost immediately, I'm sure she wants to say something very, very important. So Mom B, please quickly go ahead. After Mom B, I'm going to come to King of the South. I know you have been here for some time. Then we'll start bringing up speakers gradually.
Yeah, and thank you, I mean, in Nigeria. Welcome, Barrister. I wanted to, because I did not hear, you mentioned it briefly about whether there are places where we can't protest. Right, so this one that they usually barricade people and not let them go there, for example, government house, or government secretariat, like Alausa, for example. Right, is there anything in law that prevents us from protesting in those areas, please?
Well, when I was speaking, I like to be very practical in my, attitude to law. I cited a case that I handled in Akwa Ibom where people went to protest in front of the government house. In fact, one of the things about that case is that I recall the then acting commissioner of police said, except I go to Punch newspaper and write a personal apology to him. He said he was going to come to court with his full uniform. He was an assistant commissioner of police, but then appointing acting CP in the state. He said, let him see. He was boasting that he wants to see how he will come with his uniform to court with his position, and then those people will not be convicted. And who told them to go to government house to protest? So when I speak, I like to make these references so that people will know that most of these things have actually happened before. And then, truly to his words, he came in his full uniform and then was using his believing that his position was going to change the outcome. Of course, at the end of the day, he left shame, very shamefully, because I mean it was clearly indefensible. The court clearly ruled that you cannot say that because people are protesting in front of government house they have committed an offense. And why are we? This shouldn't even be a question if we are in a democratic country. In the US, people go to the White House to protest. People go in front of their Congress to protest. So what is sacred? There is no law that says you cannot go to in front of Aso Rock to protest. There is no law that says you cannot protest in front of the National Assembly. As a matter of fact, you even have the right to go in front of the Supreme Court to protest, because these are public institutions. These are public institutions. So if you don't protest in front, where then are you supposed to protest? Where are we now supposed to protest? Are we supposed to go to the palace of the Oba to protest? Of course, if there is nothing wrong in going to the Oba's palace, I'm just saying that these are public institutions that are constructed with taxpayers' money. So there is nothing in the law that says you cannot go in front of the government house to protest. You can protest in any public place, including the police headquarters, including the police. In fact, you can protest in front of the SSS headquarters. You can do so. There is no law in Nigeria that stops you. And we must stop conceding the civic space. Well, part of the thing I have seen in our country is that we have considered the civic space so much that the government is now so emboldened to even detect to us the kind how we should protest, which we should protest. You have the right to protest in any public place. And let me also mention, I forgot to say, that today I had to make it public that we are putting together a legal team, especially in Lagos. Hard move. So we have lawyers all over Lagos to render pro bono service for anyone who is arrested. And some resources will also be made available for that. So I don't want people to be frightened that they are going to arrest you if you go to this place, as long as you are peaceful. Nobody should be intimidated. Nobody should be intimidated. And
No matter. Okay, no, just explain that. And that's fine. I'm not saying don't do that. But the truth is that normally it is your right. We've conceded, like we've done too much. And if we don't do this now, believe me, we would have given them another huge acres of land to say, oh, in this our space, take it. Don't worry. That's what we are doing. It's why we need to quickly stop it and start to reclaim our space back gradually. We can't even do it with one protest. We can't even do it over 1 year because we've considered it for too long. King of the South, please go ahead. After we shall come to
Please,
Belele. If you're on the
well,
speaker
meaning,
section,
can you just give me some couple of
please.
minutes? I can't speak now because I'm
All
still
right.
in the office, but just keep me on the speaker space. I will be free in
Okay.
some minutes time. Please, thank you, sir.
All right. Okay. Quickly, let me go straight. If you're in the speaker section, you want to speak, just make sure you want this up. So I'm so sure about it. Belele, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for inviting the barrister. This has been a very informative space. In fact, I've kept timestamps. Once this space finish, because I didn't start recording on time, I'm going to cut it out and share it everywhere possible. This is like a master class on protesting. So my question is, please, we've had several of our comrades who have been, I don't know, maybe I should use the word illegally arrested, or should I use illegally abducted by the DSS that is not DSS, by the DSS that is SS, or the SS that is not DSS. So my question is, please, that thing that the DSS that is not DSS is doing, is illegal? And after they've abducted those people or illegally arrested, whatever word, can we actually go and counter sue them now that we know their full name? Right, so that this nonsense will actually stop. I think this is like the fourth person or so. You just see somebody who is in a cyber cafe designing flyers, has no weapons, has nothing on himself. You just pick the person up and then put his family in panic mode. I mean, some of these families, if they had an elderly person, they could even maybe have a stroke or heart attack when they heard their child has been, taken away from them. So please, what these guys are doing, is it legal? And is there a way we can fight it or at least put a stop to it? Thank you.
But anybody, if you got a question, can proceed. Go ahead.
Can you press the question, please?
Okay, maybe you
Okay.
should rephrase it earlier.
Yeah, no worries. So let me just tell it as a story. So this we had somebody, Diju. He was in a cyber cafe
He's
working
on
on
the
a
speaker
computer.
section currently, actually.
Oh, it's an okay. I think I'll just let him ask the question because yeah, you should maybe you can just go ahead and ask the question. Describe his situation. He was sitting down somewhere working on something. Maybe people got information that he was working on it. These officials from the DSS, quote unquote, which we've now heard is SSS, entered into that place and take him away. Right? What they are doing there, my question is it legal? Is there any ambit of the law that allows them
No,
to?
no.
Oh
All
dear.
these, all these arrests that they are carrying out, they are unconstitutional, and I will not be surprised if they are challenged in court. Uh, those individuals have the right to seek redress. As I said, Nigeria is a country where things are usually done in reverse. Things are done in reverse because what is and you see how ridiculous these agencies are. When they arrest these individuals and they want to take them to court, do you know what they will do? Those placards and the flyer, they will tender them as exhibits. In fact, in the Revolution Now protest in Ogun State that I did, and even the one in Akwa Ibom and the other ones I have had the privilege of being involved in defending those protesters, I actually insisted that they should read the content of carrying a placard that says "Ain't hunger in Nigeria," and you are arresting the person and you are seizing the flyer. So if you take the person to court, you must be prepared to tell the court why you don't agree with that demand. So this is how ridiculous these people are. There is no law. I insisted that they should read it, including the assistant commissioner of police in Akwa Ibom. I insisted he should read all the demands. And I asked him one by one, tell the court why you don't agree with that demand. Do you have a problem? In fact, it's just to make a ridicule of them. They don't have any reason arresting anybody for printing placard. You have the right to carry placard. You have the right to wear customized t-shirt. Anybody that arrests you for doing so is on an illegal operation. And I have said, stop calling them DSS. You cannot sue DSS. In fact, if you file an action in court against DSS, they will be the ones to raise an objection against that suit. It's not DS, it is SSS, State Security Service. There is no agency known to law as DSS in Nigeria. And I don't listen to me. Google as I'm talking. National Security Agencies Act. They should pay compensation. We must insist as a country. We must get to a point that these unconstitutionalities have consequences. Because what is the issue even about? These SSS officials that person should go to court and seek redress. It's as simple as that.
Just and spread it as much as possible. Let people take it. Let it be one class, one online lecture. Everybody listen to it and learn a lot of these things. All right. Pastor Jacob, I was going to come to you, although your hands no, but since we're in this particular conversation, I want to take advantage of it to come to DGO, who some of us have seen it here, and I'm glad he's out, so you can just key into this particular part of the conversation. So, DGO, please go ahead. How are you doing, by the way?
I'm very stressed out, but it's all for good. We're winning. Any way they want it, we are still winning. So the thing is this: I will put my submission in form of breakdowns of my experience today, so that my Oga here will give me solutions to it. Because actually, I sent a letter to them requesting that they provide security covering, which I sent to SSS and civil defense and police, the commissioner of police, and all three parastatals has called me that they want to have a conversation. Especially civil defense say they want us to set up modalities that will guarantee the security of the protests. So I was glad to hear that from them. But the DSS or SSS, like you call it, called me to the office today. On arriving from the gate, I noticed strange movements. So I just knew something was wrong. By the way, my primary offense to them is because I refused to answer the state director, the director of the state. He was speaking and he had somebody there. They were yelling at me so hardly, and I understand they are using psychology to intimidate me into. Sorry, there was a call. They were trying to intimidate me into saying some things that they can use against me. So I understood that early and I kept quiet and refused to respond. I was selecting what I respond to. Then the man just said, go and lock him up. That's all. And for 8 hours, I was locked up in a smelling room. It's a toilet, actually. Then they just demarcated it small and just made it a cell. So in that harsh condition, I was there for the 8 hours. They came and picked me up at some point. They were trying to interrogate me for over 3 to 4 hours, trying to asking me who are the sponsors, who are the people sponsoring us within or outside Sokoto. I told them there is no one. Who are my friends, accomplices that we are working? I understand they are looking for somebody to arrest. I told them there is no one. There is no one. Better country. There is nothing else. Secondly, sir, do they have the right to attack my business? Because now my business is on the line. They are making contacts with the university where I run my business, saying that the university should evict me from their premises because I am trying to cause chaos. Do they have that? That's just few among the multiple threats they are putting up, trying to make me fall for their games. So finally, though, I believe that I started my protest there because when they gave me food, they offered food, I refused to eat. I believe that's why they had to release me this night, because they don't understand what I'm doing again. But sir, those are my letter. In that letter, the letter heading and my name and signature is there. So now they are threatening that if anything happens during the protests, that anybody's property or government property is destroyed, that they are going to hold me accountable. So, sir, where is my security in law? And they are claiming that since the Northern Advocates for Good Governance is not fully registered with CAC, even though we have already started the process of registration, that the group is illegal. So, sir, I believe you jotted all these things down. If you can give me some covering, so that by tomorrow when I'm going there, when they want to bring up something, I know what to respond, sir. Thank you.
Let me start with the issue of non-registration of your group. If you listen in, I had earlier addressed that in my space. It is a baseless point. Nobody. I say it here, and I say it hoping that someone will contradict me. There is no offense known to law in Nigeria. There is no law in Nigeria that you can be charged for operating with an unregistered association. The right to freedom of association is a constitutional right under Section 40. The Supreme Court of Nigeria has resolved this matter. It's not a fresh argument. It is a matter that the law is clear that under our constitution, you have the right to belong to what we call unincorporated associations or unregistered associations. In fact, you can bring an action in court in the name of that association. It is only that when you for them to say that you are operating an illegal association, cannot charge you because they can't charge you. There is no, you have not, I tell you this with 100% assurance, you have not committed any offense. Nobody in Nigeria can arrest you from belonging to a registered association to protest. This is your constitutional right. And they don't even have any business trying to interfere with the school abuse of power. It is clear abuse of power. That is not their business. I don't think any university in Nigeria will be stupid enough to withdraw the certificate of the person for protesting. I mean, that will make a mockery of the very idea of an ivory tower, right? I don't think even the SSS, they are intelligent people. I don't think they are going to do that. They are just trying to frighten you. So you have not, from all that you have said, I haven't seen any offense that you have committed. By the way, I've told you, I've also written a letter to the IG regarding the project that is taking place across the country. So are they going to say that if somebody decides to go and misbehave, they'll come and arrest me for, in law, there is no vicarious liability in criminal law. Mr. A cannot be charged or prosecuted for an offense committed by Mr. B. It is a jurisprudential impossibility. So the fact that you have written to them to provide, which is even their duty. Recall I had cited the law. Anything goes wrong, it is the police commissioner. It is the right of everything in that state that should actually be fell in their duty. They should be made to account for it. It is not your business. The only duty that you owe them, the only courtesy that you owe them, is to inform them so that they can protect you. If they now felt, in fact, if I let me say this, if you are attacked during the protest, you have the right to sue the police for allowing people to attack you. So it is not for them to turn around and say, we are going to arrest you. Elementary. That is beyond argument. So for them to say that if something goes wrong, they are going. Let us see the charges. Nobody should be frightened by all these threats. This is just an attempt buying from a different market. Is the inflation not affecting them? They're also victims. So they are just doing these things because the government is pressurizing them to put pressure on you. They're also victims of the misrule. They're also victims of the bad governance. I don't know if my answer satisfies you, but don't allow it called me, the commissioner of police called me. I flew into Yo, I met with the CP. I had a meeting over. Surprisingly, the SSS was even more understanding. Ahead with the protest. We still went ahead. Eventually, the protest was very successful. So this is something that we see every time. Every time. It is the government that is telling them to do all these things. It is what Tinubu is asking them to do. But they know that they cannot charge you. And if they charge you, they know that it is just a waste of time. So don't be intimidated. This is our country. Nobody should be frightened.
Well-meaning,
Yeah,
no
you go
verse.
ahead.
Don't get offended, sir. Let me make a
Go ahead.
special request to in a Sir Effiong. Please, commitment to this struggle, sir. And if it is possible, please just let me know.
All right, please, Yusuf, do it now. As in now, like this. It's. I was going to say, thank you very much, Barista Inibe. I mean, it's. I feel so sad because physically, mental, every wise. Please, Nigerians.
As wide as we can so that everybody that is going to be part of this protest should come and hear what their civic duties and rights are. Please kindly share this space. We need to be having at least 5,000 people here. Please, this is very important. This information would help. It would definitely give you confidence to know that you're doing the right thing, and don't be scared. Look, like Steve said earlier, at this point, everybody tell them to arrest you for a peaceful protest. We need to go and fill up those cells. Don't be scared of arrest. Honestly, at this point, we are going to have a peaceful protest so that we should be arrested. That is our aim. It's a peaceful protest and we should be arrested. So please share the space. Share the space. I beg of you guys, man. Please. 1 minute, go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. Saddam, why you did this one?
What ask question now? Barrister, sorry,
Don't forget
please.
to take it down.
Big Mac, thank you. Barrister, please, I have a question, a very serious question on my DM, and I'll read it exactly as it was my DM. So it's from Yamel Diaries. He say, "Hello, Emia. Please, I need you to ask this question for me on the space. My dogs are angry, and they want to protest too because
know if that would be a bit dramatic. For example, if the dog start barking, how will you interpret what they are saying? So I would recommend you carry a placard so that your message can be conveyed properly. I don't know even know how he intends to carry 3 dogs, not even one.
Because at the end, I understand why that question. You may have also carried Uzeba, what we call come to you. Are you there, sir? Okay. These are the kind of situation I try to avoid when I try to stick with people that their hands are up. I'm just going to go to Mr. Tony. He's the only person that the hand is up currently in the speaker section. So, Mr. Tony, please go ahead. Then we'll take it from there.
Thank you very much. Well-meaning Nigeria. Emir Saddam, Madam Bolande, Barrister Effiong. I thank you all so much for this beautiful session. Great to be here. I stand on all existing protocols. Barrister Effiong, you remind me of Bangani of blessed memory. Your audacity to challenge and partly a question and partly a request. Given the fact that the state of the nation right now and what we expect to see come 1st of August, it appears the government is definitely feeling challenged. actually the storm starts.
I believe there will be an avalanche of free legal representation. You know, all buy from the same market. Lawyers are also victims of the hunger in the land. You will be surprised how the economy has affected lawyers if I begin to break it down for you. So if that is the only contribution that lawyers, as I said, for Lagos, just today alone, but if they take them to court, they will just be wasting their time, really. So I don't want people to be so bothered about arrest and detention. And I'm not speaking from a theoretical perspective. I'm talking to you as someone that spent 1 month in a Nigerian prison as a political prisoner, right? Because I took a contentious position, and then I had to stay in. So I have been arrested before. And I don't know why people are so scared. Sometimes I miss the place, and I'm being serious about it. It was in prison that I had the opportunity to sleep. So even when I came out, I said I was grateful to the chief judge of my state for the well-deserved vacation. When you conquer fear, these people cannot really do much to you, right? So don't be so
I personally think in this protest, a lot of these things are happening now, be it arrest. But when it starts, even this time, they are going to avoid arresting people, really. So I really just hope us Nigerians were able to. That's why earlier in this place we had said, we stand, this is where the wisdom is. The wisdom is not when the protest started, the wisdom is now. Because when the protest started, the only thing you need is to coordinate, make sure that nobody brings in violence, make sure that nobody brings in, there's no stooge that will come and try to mess up the place. If you cite one, you'll be enough to deal with the person and all that, and hand over the person to security officials and all that. So, but before then, I really hope that all these things that you're hearing today is enough for you to summon a lot of. I'm going to go straight to Ariwachik, first of all, because we want to have a lady. And secondly, Ariwachik has been doing a lot. I was going to say, please, this submission, in fact, from the part where Barrister Inebe started, for our brothers and sisters that normally host spaces daily, maybe, and this is a suggestion for you. I know it's not easy hosting space, so I cannot tell you really what to do. It's really a suggestion. Maybe if it can be cut out, thank God, Violence Space YouTube will be streaming it, so you might not be able to play it on space. If you want to cut it out or anyhow, but point is that in your space, you could, while the space is going on, maybe every interval you could play a brief part, maybe 5 minutes of what he said, especially his first submission and all these points where he's asked you question. And to everybody who's still speaking, it's a suggestion I think would also help for those that are sleeping now. Because some people, they are not, they see night, they don't sleep. So they can also begin to hear this information that some of us are hearing right now. Mariwachi, go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. Well meaning. Good evening, everyone. I'm Saddam. Mommy B, I see you. All right, barista, I don't know, barista Inibe. It's pleasure listening to you, and it actually gave a lot. I'm sure some people listening to you have actually gained a lot of confidence, to know that they have rights, and as long as you're not breaking the law, you should know that you have nothing to worry, you have nothing to fear. And that's what I keep telling somebody. I think a good number of people reached out to me today. Oh, have you been arrested? Like, are you okay? Are you okay? Everybody just kept asking, are you okay? Because today I was practically not online all through. That was because I was busy with some other things, personal stuff. So, but then I spoke with one or two persons, and I kept saying there's nothing to be scared of because I have not done anything that is unconstitutionally wrong. So I don't see any reason for the fear or anything. But then when it comes, at least it's clear that um, you have nothing to fear, obviously. So for anybody listening, just know that there's nothing to fear. As long as you're not doing anything wrong, you are doing everything within your constitutional right. I don't think there's anything to be scared about. So the main reason why I came up purposely is just for I'm not here to, repeat or talk about things that everybody have said or we keep saying in different spaces. All I'm saying is, all I'm here all I'm here to talk about is we need to, please, if you're on this space, I charge us all, I beg us all, I urge us all to please, there is still very much need for is to hear whatever we're saying, to hear what we are saying. We need the numbers. Trust me, it's the numbers that is going to determine the success of this protest at the end of the day. If you're on this space, because I can see we're over 2,000. And I'm seeing only 297 reposts. Okay, 302 reposts. It's very, very poor, honestly. That's the only thing that brought me up here. To let us know that as much as we are planning this protest and we're talking on spaces, we should give ourselves tasks every morning. Post about this protest on your WhatsApp. Post about this protest on your Facebook. Repost anything that you know that will be beneficial or that will be of good, that's carrying information that will be very important for protesters that will be out there. We need to, deliberately and actively do this aggressively. Like, we need to aggressively retweet and also talk about these things. We can't be over 2,000, and I'm sure most of us that are here are not anti-protesters. So why to people to even know that something is happening? Also, I would like to inform the house that MS Saddam we're streaming live on TikTok with two big accounts. So I'm sure over 30,000 people are listening to us right now on TikTok as we speak. We're also streaming live on Facebook, you know. So these things are just in a bid to reach people, let people know what is happening. This is your country. You need to fight for the soul of this country, because in the end, you have nowhere to run to. Even the people where they outside Nigeria safe, they want to come back home, but they can only come back home or be confident to come back home when everything is good. But you that are already, you don't even have what it takes to even cross River Niger, being Lake Chad. That you have to come out, because most of us, if some people are privileged to be able to live, but most of us are not. So please, let's make deliberate effort to ensure that anything that you know that is going to create awareness on your status, on your WhatsApp status, on your WhatsApp groups, on your Facebook story, on your, like, a whole, most of us, I don't know, sometimes when I see some people posting things that are not of priority right now, because for me, I think every Nigerian who really wants us to liberate ourselves from this slavery should deliberately and actively be doing everything they can do in line with this protest. Let's stay focused. Ignore anything. We can always get back to all those things. But let's stay focused. Let's stay focused, laser focused to this thing, because they keep throwing a whole lot of tantrums. I want to call it tantrums because I don't see how you want to fight over 230 million Nigerians. Yes, 230 million of us might not come out, but trust me, the number that will come out will shock the world. That is the truth, because everybody is angry. There's nothing. There is nothing that can stop that tsunami right now in the north. That is the truth. Because mu kam yanzu we are ready. In fact, ba ma mun bari mutum zai hau ba, ko alfa dutsen alfa mutum ya hau yanzu, ba mu jin kira zanga-zanga dole sai mun yi shi.
Zanga
Because we are
zanga
tired.
dole.
The zalunchi is becoming too much. Our traditional leaders, our religious leaders have become something else. You people are not speaking truth to power, and it's unfortunate. So please, let's keep propagating this thing. Let the world hear us. Let everyone, our neighbor. See, I went to the market today, and the only thing I kept doing and talking about was anybody I'm buying, the madam I was buying pepper from. Oh, Kunji, yeah, we have heard. The person I'm buying tomato from, that was this person I'm buying meat from. I'm also asking, I'm talking about the protest to them. So it's not, if we don't fight now, we have ourselves to blame. The hardship that will come if we don't stand our ground is going to be raised to power 1,000. It's not this one that we are suffering now. We will suffer more than this. These people need to know that enough is enough, and it's game over for bad governance.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Ariwachi. I mean, if not that, I'm trying to utilize the time with Barrister Ine, but everything you said is spot on. Like, this is really, I don't know about you, but this is an opportunity. In fact, it would have been better. You know, when the Bible says, our space, we've considered so much of our powers to these guys. They define even things that they are not supposed to define to us. And if we do this now, it is on another level. The moment it starts, that's when you know that some of these demands are going to answer it in your whatever political.
Well-meaning. Please let me quickly add this. And for the oral that they say is going to come out, we are going to gladly join in the festival. We are going to wear white, join in the festival. It's not, as long as Oro is peaceful, I'm sure Nigerians are going to ensure that the festival goes well as usual. But until Oro turns violent, then that means it's going to turn to something else. Then that we will now understand that our gods have now become violent, which you and I know, and that is definitely, we will now understand that this is a political Oro, because we don't know our gods to be violent. So except the Oro that is coming out on that 1st August is a different kind of Oro. That is when it will be a different ball game entirely. But as long as Oro that people know, we know that Oro is not to fight people, Oro is not violent, we will gladly join in the festival and wear white. It's white they used to wear now. No problem. We will peacefully join Oro side by side with our demands for the government.
Also,
Thank you.
actually, let me just add this to the please. People are asking on the comment section now if you could put up the TikTok handles up on the jumbotron. Just make a tweet with it on the comment section, then post it on the jumbotron so that people can also join and post out the TikTok handles for greater audience. Also, or to our Facebook poster, please. Can you also post our Facebook link and our YouTube links also, please? So we have all those links up on the jumbotron. These spaces are recorded and played live across multiple platforms because we want to see how far.
Can anyone hear me? Or okay, I'm done
Oh,
speaking.
Saddam was actually speaking to you. Okay, Can you hear me, Ariwachik?
Yes,
Okay, let me
Okay,
just,
yes,
please
I
tell
can
her
hear.
what I just said, please. Well, thank you.
I can hear you.
yeah. So Saddam was saying, please, if you could get the TikTok handle, not the handle, or maybe the streaming link, and post it, make a tweet of it, so that we can pin it to Jumbotron and other people can share it to their.
Yes, it's on the chat box. It's on the chat
Uh,
box, both the TikTok and the
just
Facebook.
maybe look for it and send it to my DM because I know that.
All right, all right, all right.
So we can put.
So please, well-meaning. Another thing, anytime we have Facebook streaming like this, let people go to the Facebook and share it on their timeline so that their own followers will listen in from their timeline.
Yeah. That's very, very important. Thank you very much, Ari Wachik. And thank you very much, Barista Nibe. So we'll try to get some more people. I know Barista Nibe is a busy person, but I'm sure we'll try to take as much as I can take for tonight. Quickly, let me go now to
Sorry, real quick.
Days.
I want to ask I quickly want to ask a question that has to do with this oral, and also I want to know when someone gets arrested, what are the requirements to bailing them from the police station? Because a couple of lawyers just let me know now that even though the lawyers are going to be doing it pro bono, they will be needing money for filing and probably feeding of the of the detained person. So if you could shed more light on that. So I know they say bail is free, but then again, it's Nigeria. So I'm working with couple of the lawyers and in Lagos and in Abuja. So I want to know, do we have to pay to get them bailed out? And does it require any paperwork? I know it's different from the court proceeding, and that is even if they take them to court. But I want to know the difference between the two of them. And is oral recognized in the Constitution? I mean, to the extent of it standing, against the people constitutional right. We have traditional right and we have constitutional right. So which one supersedes the other one? I'm referring to the oral festival they actually want to do within 2 weeks, which is quite strange. As a Yoruba person, I've never witnessed where oral is done in broad daylight, and I've never witnessed where oral is done for that period of time. And those are the two concerns I have. If you can quickly help with that, thanks.
Okay, quickly. Let me start with the first question. Again, these are practical issues. I don't want to go so much into the niceties of the process of perfection of bail. I don't want to preempt what is going to happen on Monday, but I can speak for Lagos and the team that I will be working with. We will do our best to offer representation to those who may be arrested. Of course, if there is one lesson Ganifa have me taught all of us, it is that it takes the rich to fight for the poor. You cannot pursue the right of somebody without resources. But the point is that if resources are needed for administrative issues, I'm sure that there will be a way. I'm not interested in taking funds from anybody now, but if there is need for that, we'll make it known, and the process for that will be very transparent. It's not a money generating thing for us. So I don't want people to be frightened by, I don't want people to be intimidated by that. I know Nigerians are very supportive. If we get to a point that there is need for resources, that will be made known, and that is going to be addressed. Regarding the oral question, I don't want to offend people's the sensibilities of traditional worshippers, because I would have even asked you
Yeah, yeah.
if Oro. I don't know whether Oro is a deity or a masquerade. I'm not quite sure, but I know that where I come from in Akwa Ibom, in my place, we have what we call Ekpo, that is masquerade, and it comes out. There are two types. There is one in Akwa Ibom that is ceremonial. You can see it during cultural events, at marriages, and so on. But we have this one in some part of my state, including the particular part of Akwebom that I come from, that is a seasonal thing. On the 7th month, right, they will come out, and then they disturb people and all that sometimes. But even at that, I have never seen them being used for partisan purpose. It is just a cultural thing, and it's not as if they are going to cut somebody's head or they will go and attack anybody. But regarding the oral thing, I don't want people to get distracted. I see it as a complete distraction. Because what is oral? Oral, it is human beings that are oral now. If it is a deity, it is human beings that are invoking those deities, isn't it? They wear clothes. The people that are worshiping the oral, they use the restroom now. They go to toilet, they defecate, they eat. Some of them even smoke. Some of them drink beer. These are human beings. I don't know why people are worried about Oro or whatever. As if there are some angels that are going to fall from the sky to attack people. These are human beings like you. They are Lagosians, right? They pass through Third Mainland Bridge, by the way. So when they say Oro, it is human beings that not to even be religious. So while you are practicing your faith, if it is actually a religious thing, I don't know whether it is religious or cultural, but I will only appeal to our conscientious Yoruba brothers and sisters to stand up and defend their culture. Don't allow strange people, I call them strange people, to desecrate Yoruba land, because what they are doing, I don't know if they understand the messaging that is coming out. You are telling people that a highly revered Yoruba culture that is being normalized, that a culture that is supposed to be revered, that something that is supposed to use to cleanse the land, from what I heard, is now people are now trying to use it to desecrate the land, to do the opposite. So if somebody wants to use Oro to attack you, I think you have the right to defend yourself against the Oro. Oro is also part of those that are suffering from the hunger that is going on. So don't be afraid. Is it the clothes they are going to wear, or is it the decoration that you are bothered about? These are human beings that are trying to use sacred cultural issues to frighten people. I just want people to conquer fear. Initiated. I said I will never do that. They know they should worship their deity and not disturb anybody. And I'm disappointed that Lagos State government will come out to say, oh, that they are not involved, or it's a festival. Except they want the Oro to carry placard. They should stop desecrating Oro.
All right. Thanks for
But
that.
I can say,
So yeah, thank you. So my this we have ambulances, we have doctors, and we have lawyers to handle. So if there's going to be any support financially, it will be channeled through that, and in due time, the people that will be in charge of that, they will be identified. And some well-meaning Nigerians have decided on their own to get into the involvement of helping people, maybe with water or anything. But we don't want this to turn into a sense of entitlement to get something so because they want to protest. Let it be for the fact that we're doing it just to support people. It is the least we in diaspora. It's bad enough that we're not even on ground, but it's the least we can do. Everyone that gets arrested needs to be bailed. And if it goes to court, we need to take that charge and responsibility of making sure we get them out. And medically, anyone that gets injured, we need to take that responsibility of making sure we take care of them and their bills. Thank you so much.
Some of the things I hear, some suggestions. I mean, I've come to conclude that a lot of people also learned from, because even a good process has lessons learned. What they want to do is make sure that this process doesn't start. I so much believe that when this process starts, it is going to be peaceful. There is not going to be, and I'm not talking faith. I'm not talking like, oh, this is what I pray. I'm not praying. I'm telling you from all indications, that is what it will be. The maximum that will happen, max, is that, oh, of course, usually there will be people that either government or government supporters have paid to come and cause disruption. So it's very important to identify those people and isolate them, hand them to police. If you see them again, hand them to police again. If you see them, because of course, police, some of the police that have connived will be releasing them as you've handed them, no problem. I feel like that's the only thing. But say, oh, maybe rapid arrest, shootings, and all that, it's not going. To be honest, it's not going to happen. Tinubu knows. He knows better. He knows better. The government, they know better. They just want to scare people for now.
One
Sorry,
minute.
Anyway,
One
minute.
minute.
yeah.
Sorry, 1 minute. Mr. Dam, good evening, everyone. Just a quick one. Talking about this police now. For some of us that participated in the NSAS protest in Abuja, we clearly saw them bringing in thugs with police vehicles. Like the thugs literally jumped out of the police vehicles and began to attack people who were at Beggar roundabout. We saw this with our two eyes. I saw this with my two eyes. Hillocks. The police were standing right beside them. They did nothing. Perhaps, we could even argue that they were the ones directing them on where to go and how to attack us. So, at first, what happened was we drew back a little, and then they came with stones. This is aiding and abetting such behaviors. And Jimmy, thanks for the oral question. This is for Barrister, please.
Again, I know there is a lot of apprehension, a lot of seed of discord. I think the government is basically running a propaganda campaign. They are on overdrive, trying to dissuade Nigerians from exercising their right. Point that he will now want to deploy or allow the police to be used as an instrument of anarchy. So I don't want us to let us have a positive attitude towards this. I don't want to be pessimistic. I don't see this going really wrong. At the end of the day, all this campaign of fear that they are mounting is just to discourage people from coming out, because people know that Nigerians have a legitimate reason to protest. In fact, it is just by sheer luck that people have waited for a year to come out, right? And I'm surprised that our traditional rulers are also quite regrettably allowing themselves to be used as an instrument of oppression. I did not see our first class chiefs going to Aso Rock to tell Tinu craft. You should not be wasting public money the way. I've not seen any of them voice out strongly the way they are doing now. But all of a sudden, our revered Oba of Benin is talking. Our respected Sultan is talking. All the first class traditional rulers in Nigeria, they are now trying to talk to Nigerians. I did not hear them talk to government in the same manner. So I see all these things as distractions. Regarding the possible attack, well, Section 33 of the Constitution is clear. Self-defense is a remain law-abiding. I took part in the NSAS. I participated in the NSAS protest to march to the Lagos State Police Command. So I also played a little role in the NSAS protest. And that protest was entirely peaceful, contrary to the evil narrative, the revisionist history that they are now circulating. NSAS protest that I saw was largely peaceful until the Nigerian state decided to embark on a carnage, a culture of attack to kill people. Before that was what led to the aftermath that we all witness. I don't think that is going to happen this time. I think Tinubu will use a different approach. I want to believe so because history will be very harsh on him. If one person is killed, there was a time that soldiers invaded Bodilion and stopped and basically placed Tinubu under watch. It took Mr. Femi Falana going to court to have those soldiers withdrawn. So this is a man that has also been a victim of the deployment of state power when he was against him when he was in opposition upon him. They told us that he was in Nadeko, right? Why did Tinubu go on exile? It will be a shame on Tinubu if anybody is attacked on Monday. It is just mad people that are saying that people are planning anarchy. Nobody is planning anarchy. Nigerians are hungry. Nigerians are aggrieved. Prices of things have gone up. Even the cassava agbado to do that. So I believe that this is going to be peaceful. I don't think that we are going to see any bloodshed the way they are trying to paint
or a festival. festival happens overnight. Having that festival, it is not the entire Lagos state. Now that they're talking about Oro Festival would not happen in the major road. It does not happen in the streets. It does not happen in, if it's happening in Lagos, dogs. I'm telling you the truth. I grew up in Lagos. I've seen this Oro Festival 110%. They don't communicate well with dogs. Dogs do not, they can't stand it. So if you go with a little puppy by itself, you will see what would happen. There's no time for you guys to be scared. Gimmicks, man. Don't let them fool you guys. It is not going to affect you. Telephone posted something. Listen to what they're saying. Like Inobele just said, Mask is a human being like you and I. Please don't let them deceive you. Don't let them put that fear in you. Come out and do your thing peacefully. Or I will not come and meet you guys at the National Stadium or at the National Theatre or at Tafawa Balewa Square. Or I will not come and meet you guys there. Lagosians, wake up. If you're not going to meet them where they are, they will not come and meet you. Just put a dog in front of them and see what happens. So there's no need for you guys to be scared. Come out peacefully, do your things, lock arms, work together, pass your message, carry your placard, and let everything happen peacefully. There won't be any problem. Enough is enough. Don't let them scare you. What I wanted to say to you is this. Like I heard you say, you have lawyers in Lagos and Abuja. Please, there are a bunch of lawyers in the northern part of Nigeria. Can you please liaise with them to get to work with them concerning this? Because most of these guys in the north, they are ready. They just need that assurance that lawyers are there to get their back if anything happens. So please work with those lawyers in the north, in the south, in the east. Please, I beg of you. You'll be getting phone calls or you'll be getting messages from them. Communicate with them, see how you can extend it to different states as well, not just Lagos and Abuja. I beg of you. Thank you, man.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Big Man. All right, quickly, let me just move over to, let me quickly go now to Onimale. Onimale, I know you were here earlier at some point. So please quickly go ahead, after which I'll take a female. So I'll take Rita, then come back to Emil. And we only have like 2 minutes actually to ask questions, so we can get many response from Barrister and as much as we can before he needs to take a rest tonight. Onimale, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, quickly go ahead.
Okay.
2 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you. Up God duly observed. Am I a coffee shall look anybody love? They talk say they won't do Uru. They talk say Lagos State. Should they give you venue? Should they give anybody venue? Can you guys hear me? They don't give anybody the venue now. All those things are just I just like look, they just want to bamboozle themselves. There's nothing like I'm from Ikorodu. If you want to do Oro. We do Oro in May, and we do it and Eluku in August. Are you getting me? And all those festivals, are you getting me? Eluku let me. That Eluku is not everybody that can watch it. Are you getting me? Because there's even selected Ikorodu people that can watch it. It's not just anybody. And kò sí MO tí bí aláyẹ anybody that tó lè gbẹ́ Eluku jáde for anybody. Because even our former king can't watch it too. Because only pomo obìnrin kò lè wò. So we have our own sacred something. Gbogbo ìtọ́ ń ṣe yẹn, all those things they are doing, they're just bamboozling. Or maybe people don't know about it. Oro, if they want to do Oro, Oma show Oro, like Oro is very sacred. Oru lan ṣe, Oru lan ṣèkà, Oru lan ṣèkà, Oru lan ṣe. That's why I say everybody should go inside though. And there will be a day, all ladies should not come outside. They will even say, oh, man, nobody should come outside. All ladies should not come outside. There will just be a day. That's how we do it in Kurodu. Even till now, they'll still do it. Even till now. So, and they will still do the Agemos festival, but nothing mega, no cause for alarm. Is that only happens in Ikorodu, and nothing. It's only like people doing their faji, celebrating their stuff. So they are doing. So don't let us think that this is just I want to talk about, because it's just like
Okay.
we just keep talking about this. Music, come on, be.
All right.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much, Onimale. I would have really wanted you to dwell on it, but I want us to take advantage of Barrister Enibe's presence. All right. Quickly, let me go straight to Rita. After Rita, I'm going to come to.
Oh, great, great. Thank you very much, Barrister Nibehin, for lecturing us on what we are rights. Actually, what I wrote down, Barrister Nibehin have said it, because I really wanted to ask questions, so I'm not even going to go there. The right to protest has been told to us. We have seen that it is our right to protest as a people. You know, during the course of this space, I had course to go and ask Google why God destroyed the Tower of Babel. And here is what Google told me. Google said, according to the book of Genesis, God destroyed the Tower of Babel because those that were building it for reasons that are not good. In our case as Nigerians right now, especially we the youth, for the first time we are coming together from north to south, speaking in one voice, making demands that will build Nigeria, even because at the time they leave those positions, the things we are demanding for today, if they are done, they will equal ready to do anything for we the people. They have gone to imams, to pastors, to bishops, to traditional rulers, and even quote, please. Nigerian government should reverse their salaries protest. They should not act under duress like Ruto of Kenya. Kenya Ruto had all the time, like the Nigerian government today is having all the time to do the needful.
Yeah.
But he played with it, just like the Nigerian government is playing with it now. So it is good that they are aware that Nigeria is way bigger than Kenya in more ways than one. I am hungry. We are hungry. Everybody knows that an hungry person is an angry person. So there
Yeah.
is nobody on this world right now that we talk to come and tell me not to protest this protest because I am hungry. And the only language I will understand and listen to is when I have things to, and stop getting people to come talk to people who will not listen to them because hunger no get friends. Hunger no know traditional ruler. Hunger no know religion. Hunger no know anybody. When you dey hungry, you
Minute, please. It's important to note also that while we are gathering, also they are also gathering now. Just to add this out there. No accountability from the government. They don't tweet. Festus Keyamo before the elections was jumping on spaces before the elections. Coming up when offices is now normal for Nigerian politicians. Is every election circle. Election circle again. Their plan is that by 2026 they will not come back. They will have made us so poor. They will not share money to the stupid ones amongst us that are called influencers, and that they will not platform them, and they will not come and give us lamba and limbo and the rest. But in the space of today alone, I think two of Tinubu's ministers have come on Twitter space today as we are speaking. My people, they are very, very wary of what's about to happen because as I'm off, Tinubu reshuffle that cabinet, bringing low, do not back down. They have already paid influencers from tomorrow. I said from tomorrow. Actually, I'm even seeing this night. Tomorrow, you and I cannot. Very, very, very important. And finally, I just want to run back to please, our Ibobians, children, eat in your houses. Don't bring it out for us, eh? Some of us have asthma. Thank you, and God bless you. Well, Nigeria, back to you.
Thank you very much, Saddam. Quickly, let me just move over to comment.
My fellow Nigerians, it's always a nice time to be here with you.
have screenshot those moments. I will just post and send it to them, to those who need to find a way to amplify it to them that we are ready. That are in Ibadan, please. I have these flyers of Operation Rescue Nigeria that is with me. I'm still sharing and it's still plenty. Please, if you want, so that you can share around wherever you are within Ibadan, please just allow me. Only me cannot share it finish. It's still plenty and I'm still trying to do my best. Please, thank
Come
you.
in, Lexi.
Like,
Now it's well-meaning Nigerians, so nothing like obedient to well-meaning Nigerians wey fit help you, may they help you.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Thank you very much, Comilex. Yeah, please, anybody like Nigeria needs rescue. Like we need to rescue Nigeria. So please, if you're anybody, get to call me Lexi and he'll find a way to get it to you. It's very, very vital. I'm going to do this. Okay, but anybody, I was going to say, okay, I'm sure you'll probably come back. I know he has been. I was going to say, I want to go through the request session. If you know you have a question for Barrister anybody, let me check if it's going to come back soon. Because I noticed maybe some of us now just have like normal submissions. So, but I really want us to ask questions, right? So if you know you are, let me turn on my screen recording so that I would be able to know those that are flashing there. And this screen recording, they work like this one.
well, let's allow people just speak.
Mm-hmm.
They have questions, they ask questions. They don't have questions, they make submissions, just short submissions. We have over submissions and
Yeah, yeah.
questions. If it's
Let's
questions, I
request. So
think
I wanted to
questions should go with the
rephrase this to people
hashtag.
that have questions.
Questions should be posted on the comment section. We can take them in the comment section. But if submission, let's just bring up, let people respond, so we could take as much people as possible before he comes back. Yeah.
Yeah, so quickly, all right, go ahead. Informer. After informer, I'm going to come to non-conformist. Yeah, those of you waving your hand, I can see it, so I'll try to bring you up when I can.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, informer, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. This is actually my first time of speaking on this space. The reason why I came up to speak is just to speak to the policemen. I've made several posts and reposted Harry's posts on the police situation, their living situation. And I've reiterated that I know that they have been drafted out to come and stop this protest. I beg, Oga Police, Nigerians are not your enemy. We're actually shocked and disappointed about the way the government have let you people live in squalor. We're fighting for you people. We're fighting for your children. We're fighting for a better life for you people. It's not nice that you people suffer every day and go back home to the dump that they're keeping you in. I beg of you people, please stand by these protesters. Protect them. Let them be successful in fighting for you. We're not your enemies. We wish you the best. Please, if they give you gun, no put bullet inside. Just stand by us, keep the place safe, and let us see if we can at least change the condition of your living. If Nigeria better, it go favor everybody. I beg. That's the much I want to say. I just come back from work. Make I just go inside job. Thank you guys for everything that you're doing. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
All, all right. Thank you very much, Informer, for that admonition. I really do hope. I really do hope they hear you, and I believe they will hear you. Thank you very much, Informer. All right, quickly, let me move over to non-conformist. After non-conformist, Arachika, I can see your hands up, but maybe I'll come back to you, maybe like after some speakers. Let me quickly, after non-conformist, I'll go to Temp.
Okay, thank you very much, Saddam, well-meaning, Mommy Bolanle, and everybody. I greet you all. Ogamag, I hail you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are listening from. My own is just going to be very short, and the truth is, since this whole protest thing started, I've actually not been saying so much because I just feel like it's crazy, that somebody like Tinubu and his government will be asking us why are we protesting. You shut down this country when they moved fuel from 75 naira to 140. Like you literally shut the nation down. And today you moved it from two something to almost 1,000, and you're asking people why they are protesting. I'm just going to say this. For me, he's one politician who understands that the average Nigerian man literally loses his senses when you dangle religion and ethnicity in front of him. And that is why he's doing what he's doing today. Today, I was so sad what I saw on the timeline. Comrades I am fighting with for a better Nigeria because of a letter that was put out. People, you needed to see the attacks and the insults, even in my DM. These are people I am working. I just don't even want to go personal. These are people I am working with, so that we can have an amazing election in one of the states we are pursuing today. But look at where we are, look at what we have become, look at what we are doing because religious leaders, because royal leaders are telling us not to protest, we should calm down. Did they have these meetings when we were crying and talking about hardship in our country? They did not. But Tinubu knows that once these people speak, you will have dissenting voices. And it took only one letter for all of this to start happening in less than 24 hours. And it is sad to see that young people like me and you, who are in our 20s, 30s, and 40s, are falling for Tinubu's shenanigans. See, this is how we kept Lagos where it is till tomorrow. And we're going to let him do this because, we can't just remove ethnic sentiments and religious sentiments. And, see, guys, we need to wake up. We really see. This is who he is. And like I've said it before, I said for the first time since 1999, we have a politician as president, and he knows where to prick us and where to pinch us whenever he wants to. And if all of a sudden Wike wants to now give people give traditional leaders what on the 1st of August, all of a sudden there is Oro, all of a sudden there are events here and there, all of a sudden there are meetings there, all of a sudden ministers are coming to spaces. You think these guys don't know they are punishing us? You think they don't know what they are doing? They know. But they've seen that for once people are united against them, and that is why they are fighting tooth and nail to do whatever they can to quell this protest. If we let them win, let me tell you, if this protest does not successfully happen, we have lost it. And it means that Tinubu is going to be an emperor in Nigeria. So continue to pander to your religious leaders, continue to pander to your traditional leaders, continue to do 360. Most of us have now become Ronu, the same people we curse and insult every day. Most of us have now turned into those people overnight. I saw the attacks on Harry today, and I saw I'm telling you, I went under that tweet and it was shocking what I saw today. This is shameless. This is absolutely ridiculous if we're going to keep doing this. If we want a good Nigeria, we need to take away all these biases from our minds. Thank you very much. I'll
Yeah.
just mute my mic.
Thank you very much, non-conformist.
Let me just
that
come
was
here. Thank you very much,
yeah.
my brother. You see, if I always say it on the violence piece, I say, when you call, we are sentimentally attached to so many things in Nigeria. That's the unfortunate truth with us. And so when you call a well-educated person's, maybe you mention their tribe or their religion, many well-educated people will lose their ability to think, lose their ability to reason appropriately, and get attached to these sentiments that does not affect the generality of the Nigerians as a people. So it is always that is part of that. So don't take it so much to heart. I think many people will react out of that emotion at that first point in time, but when they go back and sit down, they'll still understand that even this pastor, this traditional leader, why they reverse so much, rightfully so, are in better position than they are. And I think when we these are conversations we still have to keep having. So I don't get disappointed when get these feedbacks. If I call out probably a king right now that I someone revere, I expect people to come out and say, Saddam, they will attack me. It's normal. But I think it is good that we're calling them out, because all these people that keep attacking, that will attack you for saying such things, when they go back and sit down and think, they will see that what you're doing is right. On this platform, I have been attacked so many times. I say this all the time. It's like a broken record. When we started platforming our northern brothers on this platform, I know how many people attacked me. That today I see them shouting, "Oh, one protest," and I'm so happy because when everybody wake up, is their morning. So don't feel so bad. This is where we are. It is a chain we are breaking. It is a chain that we are breaking as a people. Many of us are guilty. I myself am even guilty. We are all, there's attachment, there's this attachment, and when we break it off, all of us break through it, we'll start having true liberation. But for now, please don't look at it and say, people you fought with, they attacked you based on said something, maybe you call out someone that they revered. Understand that it is that attachment. Understand it. Just understand it and know that tomorrow they will still go back and think and say, well, shall we think this guy talk not true. But this Baba, you have already shaked a table in that person's heart. It might take 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month, 3 months. They will now say that truly, we are all we have. No traditional ruler, no religious ruler cares for us. We can only fight for ourselves. That is just the truth about it. But understand that many of our people are sentimentally attached to these people. That's just the truth. Thank you, Ninja. Back to you.
All right. Thank you very
Saddam,
much.
can I
Thank
run?
you.
Where did the wrong go?
Barrister, why are you running? Why are you running?
Barrister, don't run. Barrister, where they go? I'm not doing that. I'm not doing keeping. I mean, where they yourself. You don't say as I did last night. I suppose I'm go wrong, say, but I say, let me do way keeping. And Nigerians are here.
Okay, but that's what I wanted to see. I understand because I think some people are just giving. I wish there was a way to know those that want to ask Barrister a question and so I can separate it. But okay, let me just go straight to temp. After temp, this one you wave your hand. If not question you want to ask, I'm not going. I'm throw you.
Well, meaning I don't have a question. You can go to the next person.
Okay, let me quickly. Okay, that's fine. Ak, I see you are flashing your hand. That's why I haven't brought you up in the first place. You have a question or something? Go ahead.
Yes, I do. A very good evening to you all. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, you go ahead. Yes.
Okay. Yes, I have a quick one for Barrister anywhere here. I don't know if I should put it as a question or as a suggestion. I think for our folks up north, which are gearing in to be an integral part of this upcoming protest, it is very important that we send a legal sensitization to them. In fact, if you watch the trend of events at the moment, they are the worst hits, both on the economic sabotage and even with the current GSS arrest that has started emanating at the moment is coming from that quarter. So I am asking if there is a plan on ground aside from offering the huge legal support that you have proposed. If there is a plan on ground to sensitize them about their rights in their most understandable language through electronic printouts and the most viable social media platform which they belong to, which is mostly TikTok and Facebook, because we get a lot of information on X. It's good, but unfortunately, most of them, the people on ground are actually not on X. You mostly find them
Yeah.
on Twitter, on Facebook, and on TikTok because of the language dissemination. They have free access to that. I am thinking if there is any plan on ground, if there is not, I think we should start looking at it that way. If you can send in any printouts from the legal standpoints, educating the populace about their rights to protest, how it's been enshrined in the Constitution. We have citizens on ground who can help translate it in that language and popularize it. I so
All
make my
right.
submission.
Thank you very
I
much.
think that is a viable and realistic suggestion. I will take that under advisement. I will also reach out to some of my contacts up north who are lawyers to see how we can do that. I think that is a good suggestion. I've taken note of that.
All right. Thank you very much, Barrister. Yeah, it's pretty true. Yeah, a lot of the arrests recently have been not. They are pretty much scared of the. I don't. They want to find a way to intimidate the northern guys because they feel like, oh, it's going to come a lot from there. All right. I'm still going to come to you, Temp, and every other person, but let me just see if I can get those. I want to ask questions so we can maybe allow Barrister go. King of the South, what you have as a question?
Okay, I
You
don't
have
have a question for Barrister, but I have a comment to make.
okay, go ahead.
All right, so thank you once again. Sorry, I went off the space by mistake because I was trying to close from work. Barrister, thank you very much for all what you've said, and God bless you for your wisdom and knowledge. I really appreciate all the information that you've shared with us. So now, I wrote out some things that I think I should talk about. So first off, I usually make this prayer whenever I want to speak on space. If you've heard me speak on space before, I'm sure you will not be new to this prayer. So if you are here hearing my voice and your plan is to take whatever we are doing here back to your oppressors that you think are your friends. If you are an APC member here hearing my voice, if you are a military person here hearing my voice, if you are a DSS person here hearing my voice, and your plan is to take it and go to wherever you want to go to work against the masses, I speak from the bottom of my heart that in this life and in the life to come, if there is any, your generation up to the 10th generation will suffer for whatever evil that you are planning to do. And God that I serve will bear me witness to this prayer, because it is from the most painful part of my heart that I'm making that submission. And for those of you that have the chance, if you go on my wall on Twitter, I pinned a video of how a police was brutalizing an Okada man. I think that video is very recent. I think they took his Okada from him and then they bust his head. He was bleeding profusely. If you see that video, you would cry, because even as hard as I am, that video made me shed some tears last night. Okay, that's just by the way. So for those of you that are still sitting on the fence regarding this protest, this is for you. I want to remind you that from the day you were born, everything that needs to destroy you is already in your stomach. I know that might sound kind of far or unpopular,
King of the
but
South,
it
you
is
want to
the
round up to
truth.
1 minute?
Oga, I just say start. Oh, are you serious? Hey, Jesus.
No, you're about to actually end. So just round up 1 minute. Yeah.
Okay. So, so for those of you that want to take our information and then use it against us. Do you know the war which was led by Adolf Hitler started because of betrayal that was done, unlike what you are doing right now? And then the Roman Civil War also happened because of betrayal. So know what you are doing, oh, you understand? That is what I want to tell you. Know what you are doing, because these people that you think are for you, they are not for you. And as it is right now, Nigerians are slaves in Nigeria. We are not in Oiboma country. Now for our country, now we don't turn to slaves. So if you think that you want to continue to be a slave for the rest of your life, just continue. That is what I will tell you. But as for me, I don't already die. You understand? So I don't mind to die again. I would rather die that my children will enjoy than for me to leave Nigeria the way it is to my children. That is going to be unkind of me. So me, if you come for me on the day of protest, my brother, self-defense, I go cut your jugular straight up. If you
All
be,
right.
thank you.
King of the South, you are not cutting anybody's jugular, but you have the right to self-defense. So that's let me just leave it. Let me just leave it at that. You have the right to self-defense. Thank you very much. Black Joe, you are among those that were waving your hand when I wanted people that would ask questions. Do you have a question?
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone, wherever you are. I don't actually have a question, and I just want to talk about this Oro of a thing.
Okay,
Since long,
Black Joe, allow me to come back to you. I actually have a question in my DM. Yeah, sure. I'll come back to you. Let me
all right, sir.
taking a screenshot of this question. Yeah.
Okay.
So, Barrister, somebody, this was Darling Organ named Myro, says, "Good evening. Sorry about." Okay, I have a question for the lawyer. What is the implication of arresting someone and then taking the fingerprints? Is it not indictment, especially if the person wants to travel abroad or something? So he's talking about taking someone's. Are they supposed to take like your fingerprints and so?
Everybody trying to impress their boss, when it comes to the security agents. Now, the first question is, we have seen scenarios in the past whereby peaceful protesters, and that is why, I kept saying it, protest should be peaceful normally. Agitations. In fact, protest should be enjoyable. So my question is, situations whereby how the police do, right? They may try to get a directive to use a tear gas to scare away the protesters. They've started the violence themselves. So what would you advise the protesters to do by law in such situation? Should they, because they have started it, we know we've seen situations like that. They will just come up, they might have been there before, all of a sudden they will just, tear gas due to one reason or the other,
I can't hear anything. Oh,
or due to
beg.
one directive or the other. So what would you advise the protesters to do in such situation on that ground? That's the first question.
What what
You have a second.
what is the second?
The second question is, um, will you advise private security at every protesting ground, from various states, like, team of protesters hire private security? Is it allowed? Is it constitutional? Can we hire private security on ground? Like this, just to, work with the security on ground. Yeah. With the government securities. Yeah.
Let me start with the second.
Okay, Barrister, maybe I should take one. I think somebody has asked a
Yeah,
question, so you can answer them together.
thank you.
Ahead, I know you've been waving your hand, so what's your question?
Barrister, I know you want to go now. Today is Thursday, and tomorrow is what day, Barrister? Please, thank you. After that, my question, I have a submission. Thank you.
No.
Did you say tomorrow is
Go ahead
what
with your
day?
question.
This is Friday. Oh. I don't know what
We're
part of
already.
the world you are, but in Nigeria, this is Friday.
Ahead, do you have a question?
Oh yeah, he has answered it. I'll give my submission after. I just asked tomorrow is what they said Friday, so after that I'll give my submission. I day back. I'll wait for my turn.
All right, Barrister, go ahead and answer the questions that were asked.
Well, I hope Oro is not affecting my brother's time. Well, on a serious note, uh, private security is not illegal. All private security firms in Nigeria are actually registered. As a matter of fact, before you can incorporate a company with the Corporate Affairs Commission to run a private security firm, part of the requirements of the law is that you must have someone of a particular rank within the security agencies who is retired as a director. And then you must still go through a lot of administrative, a lot of regulatory compliance things with NSCDC. So you don't just wake up and start a private security firm. There are regulatory compliance, there are regulatory requirements that has to be met. It's not illegal. If you have the resources to hire private security, why not? We see politicians hire private security for their events. Cities people do that in their marriages. There's no law that says you can only hire them for when you have a party. That you cannot hire them for protest. It's lawful and legitimate. That is not a problem. Regarding what should happen if police throw tear gas, I like to be practical about these things. I think the situation will take care of itself. I want us to have a positive attitude to this. If there is tear gas, of course, survival is the first law of nature. So I don't expect that tear gas is inside your eye and you are still running towards tear gas. I don't want us to be too bothered about these things. I have been under tear gas myself because I've participated in quite a number of protests. I don't want us to be too worried. By the time, when the protest takes place, the situation will take care of itself. My only appeal to everyone is to remain peaceful. Don't do or engage in anything that can give a wrong impression. Be vigilant. Don't be distracted. All what you are seeing on the internet is distraction. It is intended to demoralize people, to stop people from coming out. I have seen this over and over again, over and over again, over and over again. In fact, I saw a ridiculous one where they are telling parents to monitor their children. I said the parents are even hungry. Where do they have the energy to monitor their children? So you see all sort of things, all sort of needless and unsolicited advice everywhere. It is meant to demoralize people. Please, Nigerians, stay on the topic, stay on the message. Don't be distracted. Thank you.
All right.
Please
Okay.
let me just answer that question for the tear gas. Please, the Children Association of Sheun Kutis, please, if you smoke finish at home and you come to the protest ground and smoke is still hungry you, please go to the front. Go to the front. If they throw tear gas, remember that Kenyan boy as he heard that one tear gas is the high where they come from now. That 2 times sweetie they take for us, eh? Please smoke it, but don't carry it and come to protest ground. I beg you. Thank you. Good night.
All right. Thank you very much. I was also going to say, I think some people talk about uh, how to counter tear gas and all that. Ariwachi, do you have a question for Barrister?
No, I don't have a question. I just wanted to make a
Reference to
point
the
and
tear
then
gas comment.
just call it a day quickly, if
Yeah, so
that's
okay,
okay.
just allow me round up with Barrister now. So thank you very much, Barrister. I mean, you've been here since probably the last 3 hours, and I must, to be honest, what you gave on this piece today is of immense value. It's of immense value. Thank you very much. And I'll just say this. So it might be difficult to get everybody that wants to ask him a question. So we'll do it like this. If you have a question, put it on the comment section and tag him. He's not going to come to the comment section and be looking for a question. And tag him. As in, don't go and tag him for, I'm not saying tag him for honor your tweet. Specific question so that maybe, if he sees the question and it wasn't responded to among, because for me, I feel like he has said almost everything that can be said or could be said in the space. You probably just missed it. So you probably need to go back to the space, listen to his submission. But let's imagine, for the sake of imagination, that probably there's a question that he missed or something that he missed that your question might trigger. So I would say it like this. Put it on the comment section, tag him, right? And probably tag myself and Saddam if you have the space. But if not, after I answered your question, please tag me to the answer so that we can also broadcast the answer to other people that didn't see your question and hear his answer. So that's the way we can utilize as much. But for tonight, um, thank you very much, Barrister. I mean, what you brought on the space today is of immense value. I really just hope this message we're able to capture it, space cut it, share it, play it. People should keep hearing it. And I like the fact that you kept emphasizing that, you know, this, I believe it, I totally agree with you. I believe it. This protest is going to be peaceful. The best game the government wants to play first, which is, to be honest, smart of them, is to ensure nobody wants to take food from their, allow food to be taken from their mouth. So they know that if you are able to protest and you ask for fuel to reduce, they will have to reduce it. And if they have to reduce it, the money that is coming to them will have to reduce. So the best approach first is to pay a few people to make you not try to protest at all, so that they will not need to reduce it and so that they can keep getting what they are getting. It's a very simple trick. Once the protest starts, they will need to yield to some of the demands, to a lot of the demands, really. And like I said, if it starts, a lot of people begin to join. So please, and please, leave all the negative. I mean, it's okay to plan for negative situations, but trust me, a lot of these negative situations, you probably would not need them. So just let's remain positive. So thank you very much, Barrister. Sadam, I don't know if you probably want to say something before Barrister goes.
Thank no 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 Barrister, thank you very much. I think hopefully on our Thursday spaces we'll be having series of more spaces with you. Please just avail yourself for us. I think it's important we continue to have these discussions and sensitize Nigerians. We are very 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 uneducated when it comes to these things. I think it's very important we get more of you coming up. If probably and probably if you can also host your own spaces, also we'll all come down there also to join up there also. But whenever we call you on this platform, please do avail yourself for us. Please, your voices like yours are very important for times like this. Please, your colleagues also reach out to them. Let them also please amplify their voices. Those that really want to speak for the people. Thank you very much. I think if you can give us your parting shots while we go back to the room and probably take more speakers to react to what you have said, and you can go have some rest. We'll be here for the next probably 30 minutes to have more speakers. Yeah, thank you very much.
My parting shot is history will vindicate the just. Good night, Nigerians.
Thank you very much. Indeed. I don't go lie. You get the way Barrister, don't worry, you can go. Thank you very much. There's the way Barrister has talked about arrest today that it almost feels so nice to
I
be
swear, like
arrested.
say I else go jail tomorrow, Zef.
I swear. I mean, because there was a point on this place, and I'm being honest, that was
Nigerians, food, you know they chop food for us. Don't even go food that yesterday. Yesterday they cook jollof rice, turkey. Make me,
oh,
I guys bring the budget for how much they chop for the budget for Nigerian prisons. I think it's very important to do that budget breakdown for prisons. Money, better food there prison, or you know.
on Tuesday. On Tuesday, we need to do that budget. So that people don't say if you go there, you day as now they eat 1 square meal. I don't know whether one a square. You probably not even they eat. So it's better you just go and eat. As in, to be honest, and this is very honest, at some point I was almost because I just told myself that I mean tomorrow, whether or not all of the rest of us succeed, I'm sure tomorrow the Joe can tell people that do you know I was once arrested for the sake of Nigeria. I've heard people like Femi Falana people say it's like prestigious, right? So for me, I think it's all positive. Let's try to get positive and hopefully we'll get it. So let's try to round up the space at this point. I'll just take, the speakers that we have, and like Saddam said, in the next, this is 42, probably by one your time. When I say time, I'm sure some of you think it's my time. I used to do the calculation automatically in my head to tell you your time, but believe me, it's not my time. I'm way ahead. All right, quickly. Let me move to. Okay, I'm going to go back now to the speaker I was supposed to call before. Okay, let me start with Ariwachik. I know Ariwachik wanted to say something. Mombi, I'm going to come to you, then I'll go to Tem.
You don't jump me like 3 times.
Yeah, go sleep. You do
Yes.
Ariwachik go space tomorrow. I people with your
Sorry,
space.
1 minute now. I'm okay to go last. That's fine. Let's
Okay,
get the other people to speak
all right.
first.
Ariwachik, go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. Well meaning. So I was just going to quickly say, Barrister made arrests look very attractive, so yeah. So
This
on
always
the
let
lighter
talk.
note,
I'm gonna do it till they go to arrest you tomorrow. You like the plan.
all right. So I was just going to quickly say something when somebody talked about some influencers are about to be, get paid to do, the devil's job. Now, what I want to tell celebrities something. Because right now, I won't call them celebrities, they are celebrities. Any celebrity that is going against whatever it is that we're trying to do as Nigerians right now are celebrities, as far as I'm concerned. And whatever is making them celebrities in the first place is because of you, and everyone here follows and interacts with whatever it is they do. Any celebrity will go collect money for the sake of coming to make people not to go out to protest. It will be in your best interest to collect that money and go and use it to do another job rather than come and use it to tell people not to protest, because we will drag you like I pass my neighbor. We will drag you, you will know no peace. When I mean we will drag you, we will make you very unpopular to the extent that we will unfollow you. We will make sure we report your account until it is brought down. Because in the first place, you are what you think you are today, because Nigerians are following you and interacting with whatever you are putting out there. So if you collect money, it will be in your interest. Even if you don't want to protest or you don't even like the protest, it will be in your interest not to even say a word. Just zip it and keep quiet and let the people that want to go and fight for this country go and fight for it. If you collect money and come out and start telling people not to go out to protest, we will come for your account. We will unfollow you. We will drag you. We will make sure that we make you unpopular. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Ariwachik. If you don't believe that, go and ask Segalink. if you don't believe it. You know, while the Patrick was talking, I quickly went to Sigalix TL. The kind of like what Sigali they get nowadays now, like 89, 24, 35. I'm calling, I'm on the tier 16, 12 likes, 34 likes, 75, 6, you even get 6 likes
It's
or
not
more.
even about it. For me, it's not even about the likes, right? It's about the fact that
No, I
he's
don't because
inconsequential.
you become that exactly.
He's a
You become
he's a desert. And
as in,
actually, I heard they hosted 3 ministers today and some governors. They have given enough. They must have given enough rubbers, you know. But he's still inconsequential to Nigerian people. It's unfortunate.
yeah. So it's not the only thing you have now is Nigerians. These people they will not support you. There are so many people that have become useless now. So many. See Sheilo. Sheilo is no longer funny all of a sudden. And I mean, like, I listen to him now and I see him as stupid. And I'm being honest. So don't think it's not possible. It's very, very possible for you to turn to Mumu overnight because you just talk one thing. All right, quickly, let me go to Temp. After Temp, I'm going to come to Black Joe, Doki. We'll just try to take everybody as fast as we can. Temp, go ahead.
Okay. Good morning. So I just want to throw a little insight on a space I ran into yesterday. You see, the job of the APC thugs and even the party APC is to use propaganda, big tribal sentiments, ethnic sentiments, religious sentiments in whatever they put on ground. And everybody on this space know this to be true. So I don't understand why we are surprised that they are employing the Oru strategy, as I call it. In the space that I bumped into yesterday, it was a space held by one Balogun. Well, I mean, I sent you a picture of the screenshot of that space. The title of that space is um, Oru. Oru.
Mommy B, I think your mic is on mute. So,
Oro is the key. Oro is the key. Lagos is awake. Say no to protest on Yoruba soil. Now, if Oro was legal, they would not use the term is the key because they know that the Oro or the Oro they are talking about is illegal. Hence, the term is the key. So I don't think anybody has any need to fear or to be afraid of anything. Listen, that Bayelsa State LP governorship candidate, he said something with a beat. Hello, can you hear me? Okay,
yeah, we can hear you now.
okay.
Just try to run up.
Sorry, that Bayelsa State LP governorship candidate, he said with a beat. Self-defense is your right. Protest is your right. So when they come with their stupidity, I wish they know the extent of the damage that they are causing to the Yoruba race. Are you the mic?
All right, thank you very much, Tim. Thank you. All right, quickly, let me move over to Black Joe, Doki, then Liberty Champion. Black Joe, go ahead quickly. 2 minutes, actually.
Oh, thank you so much, sir. I really appreciate you well-being and sir. So I just want to talk about this. I mean, Yoruba boy. Actually, most times when people talk about something, when I first of all saw the post, I burst into laugh because number one thing is this: even when the juju or the all this juju wey they talk about when it's still dey hot. 1940 back then when Lolugard amalgamate northern and southern parts together. That time juju still dey hot. You fit still call Lolugard name from wherever you are to kill am. Lolugard oh this one and that one may he die may he do this. Ordinary gunpowder na im dey take colonize our father that time wey dey take enslave them that time where juju still be juju. Na wetin you believe na im go work with you na im be my own thing. They say they won't carry you Oro come as and you say they won't use and scare people. Imagine you carry 1 Oro, come face 1 million people, they come match your Oro. Now you won't feel. They just want sabotage some kind of culture thing for Yoruba land. Now it be the thing because this one now no be ordinary people they come outside. Now angry Nigerians now they come outside. Now people will be say they hungry. Now angry Nigerians they come outside. You say you won't use Oro to stop them. How many Oro won't come outside for Lagos? Most times people go just they do things. Western people, Yoruba people will say Agbokogbo.
Yeah.
Are you hearing me, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you. Just go ahead and round up.
So for me, if you Tinubu is scared of Tinubu that protested against Goodluck Ebele Jonathan back then in 2013, why is he scared of protest now? If you are scared of protest, then do something because I'm still saying it. During the other year, we in my own village in Ogun State, we enjoy 12 to 12 lights, 12 hours light each day, 12 hours light. Where is the light now? Scared of protest, do something. That is it. We are not saying you should leave the post. You already rig yourself inside. Oh yeah, now do it. We are not ready to be eating your agbado gari
Right.
ewa. We are not ready to do that. Do something. If any oro near me next weekend,
All
he
right.
go collect. Now be my own soul. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Black Joe. The farmers will make more money. Your lunch will not be imported. Your lunch will be cassava, gari, avado. Yeah. Anyway, quickly, let's go straight to okay, Doki, then Liberty Champion. Then I'll come to Reliever Best. Doki, are you there?
Hi, thank you so much, everyone. I greet everyone. Firstly, I would like to say that can we all hear me?
Yep, okay, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I would like to say that firstly, let's all wake up, no going back on the protest. No matter what they do, no matter what they say, no matter what they do, no matter what they say, no going back on the protest. You see, this protest is the only thing we, the Nigerian youth, Nigerian masses, you know, that's the only thing too we have. That's the only thing you have. That's the only thing you have. People are so hungry to the level that, you know, they can, who knows? So protest is the only tool that you have. No going back. Don't allow anything to come in your head. Don't allow anything. Don't allow. See, this thing is something we just have to do now or never. So no going back. Now, let me talk about the Oro. I know there are a lot of Yoruba elites here. You see, a lot of us, or are born into families whereby we know about the culture from birth. You understand? It's just that there are some things I would have loved to say, but because there are certain patterns to it, I may not just say. But understand that the Oro is just a cult. It's actually Oro cult, and the Oro, you understand, it's just like you having Christianity, you have Islam, and under Christianity, the Catholic Church, a particular part of the probably Saint Judah or the Knights in Catholic Church, they have a particular well-known celebration or festival that they do that is accepted. You understand? This Oro, I'm a Yoruba. I'm a full-blooded Yoruba man. My father is a Yoruba man. My mother is a Yoruba man. So I understand the Oro to deeper levels that a lot of I just wish I can say it, but the fact is that the Oro is just a normal festival. People will even the people before coming out, they drink, they take alcohol, they do so many things. It's a festival, it's celebration among just that it occurs between the male clan in the community. In the community, they will not come on Tomila. They will not come on that Lekki toll gate and say they are doing Oro and pass through Lekki toll gate, or come through major axis of highway that they are doing Oro. So all of this Oro, you see, all of this Oro is just a big cloud, a big distraction. There's nothing about it. There's nothing to even worry about. It's nothing to worry about. Nǹkan tó ń bí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wá sí ni ogbo atọ́ ogbo ẹ̀dán ogbo
Yeah.
aláwòrè nífẹ̀ẹ́. So it's not something ogbo àwọn nìkan kó. So a lot of we know this thing. So don't allow anybody to come and brainwash you. Even the inner people in the house, in the Oro, they have the truth part of it, whereby they do not support what the other people that they want to be used to be weaponized for the Oro. It's just like there's politics even in the traditional worshippers too. They have their own PDP
Yeah.
part, they have their own. So what am I trying to say? Don't allow the Oro to distract anything. In summary, do
All
not
right.
allow. Then lastly, let's get every team ready, medical team ready, entertainment team ready. If you have, let's get everything ready. Food, there'll be food, there'll be everything. Just come and let your voice be heard. This is the only
All right.
chance we have. Gear up, no going back. Thank you so much.
All right.
Don't be
Thank you
distracted.
very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doki. Thank you very much. And I really want to admonish or, plead with your likes. And I think it's high time for people that knows the tradition deeply like you and your likes to also, find a way to push back. It's just very sad that a Tinubu of Guinea Conakry is causing so much problem in a very revered Nigerian ethnic group tribe. It's just very sad. All right, quickly, Lady Liberty Champion, please go ahead. After which I'll come to real level best.
In fact, I'm not going to say much. The only thing I want to greet everybody, and as Barrister Inebehi has told us, in fact, this idea in Nigeria now, see, just look forward to being arrested. At least you will get free food for the period of time when you go there incarcerated. So you not go worry about your 3 square meal. They go feed you well. So please, just hold courage. As we used to say, hold your line. Make una no worry. Everything will work out. That is just the truth. Just come with courage and defeat your fear. No lives will be lost. Nobody will be lost. So all these safety tips out there that people are trying to give out, please make good use of it. Make good use of it and keep yourself safe. Everybody's hand is on deck. Nigeria now we all know, both for the Oro people worshippers and those who know they worship Oro. Now we all go prevail in the end. Good night, everyone.
All right. Thank you very much, Lady Liberty. You're totally spot on. I mean, at this point, we need everybody. Everybody, please, Oro, also join the protest. Everybody's needed. It's all white. Dress code, all white. All right, quickly, I'm going to go straight to real ever best. Real ever best. Where you did?
Yeah, I was waiting for you to say the second time because when you say level base, then I'll have to wait. Then you now say level base second time, then I will now come in. Anyway, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending where you're spacing from. I want to thank everyone who has been on this issue and who is actually, contributing, planning and actually speaking, to the conscience of the Nigerian people. I've been somehow not, I've somehow been restrained actually to be talking about, this protest because somehow I just feel that most time when something is of very important, Nigerians have a way of, over speaking about it and we ask questions, how do we do this? What if we come out? What if they shoot us? Most of these questions you now begin to think, is it that the reasons for which want to protest is not serious or the protest is just about all, just finding a way to go on the street and making sure that, we are protected and nothing is going to happen to us. The truth about the matter is that if the protest is going to be peaceful, is going to be dependent on government. If it's going to be peaceful, it's going to be dependent on them. If it's going to be violent, it's going to be dependent on them, because they are the one who will either decide which way to go. Nigerians are coming out on the street to say enough is enough, that we are no longer going to take, it's no longer going to be business as usual. And for so many years, the people that we have elected or people who have called our leaders have actually disappointed us. And we are now coming to protest, to make a demand. We are going to protest against everything that has gone wrong about this country. So it's not just a tea party. It's just like that story of Jesus Christ, when the Pharisees and the Sadducees, when they met him and they want to ask him questions and they want to see how they can implicate him, and they ask him, "Oh, I have a bed in my hand. There's this bed I have in my hand. Please tell me, since you're Jesus Christ, you have all the power. Is this bed? Tell me if this bed is alive or if this bed is dead." And Jesus Christ looked at them and said, "Oh, the life of that bed, or the life or the death of that bed depends on you," because they know that if Jesus Christ say, "Oh, the bed is alive," they will just squeeze the bed while they are holding it, and the bed will be there. And if Jesus Christ say, "Oh, the bed is dead," they will not say, "Oh, the bed," so you've lied. So this idea, all these things that has been happening all these days, police will issue a statement, army will issue a statement, and the Yoruba elders will say they want to do Oro. It's just to tell you that the game is on. Like, these people, they've lost it all. Like, whatever we are doing now has actually gotten the attention of the government, and they know they have failed, because if they know they have done their work very well, they won't panic. They won't actually do anything if Nigerian people want to protest. The reason for all this panic is because they know they have failed. And the worst part of this whole thing is that these people does not have solution to the problem. If it's the case that Bola Ahmed Tinubu came into office, it has all the solution to the problem, and it requires time for us to say, "Oh, just give him time. In the next 2 years, in the next 3 years, he will get it all fixed up." Then perhaps Nigerian people can have this course and say, "Let us wait." The truth about the matter is that even if you give this government 10 years, just ask Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his team to rule for more 10 years. They don't have any solution. And most that's the worst part of this whole thing, that the government in power does not have solution to the problem that we face. And this is the time for the Nigerian people to come out. And people are saying staying in the house is not even an option. And what is going to actually make this protest work if Nigerian people are going to come to the street? If on that day that all of us are going to come out, the police will join you. I want to repeat that again. If on that day we are scanty, we are 10, we are just 100 people just roaming the street of whether Lagos or Abuja or any other place, the police people will come because that is their duty. They will say, "Oh, we are coming. The people who are protesting are just miscreants." But if Nigerian people can come, the numbers will matter so much in this protest. And if the numbers will come out, the police will join. The police will join. It won't bother about arrest, because how many people are they going to arrest? But if 100 people come out, police can arrest them and say perhaps they have enough cell for 100 people. But if Nigerian people should pour out on the street, which cell are they going to put which cell are they going to put you? How many people are they going to shoot? So the success of this protest is going to be dependent on how much Nigerians are determined. Because the truth about nothing is working. Nothing is working. So the prices of food, anyway, people stay in their house and they get kidnapped. People travel on the road, they get kidnapped. So people who are talking about safety, I don't know what we're talking about. So let us, all of us, if Nigerian people, if enough is enough, if at all, because see, one thing I've found out about this whole thing is that you see, when you talk about people who are peddling, the Rono people you're talking about, or people who are dividing this country, the educated people. I used to think that the people who try to, do this ethnicity and all the rest of them, they are uneducated people. They don't go. But if you watch in the Nigerian case, the people who promote ethnicity, the people who are educated people. In fact, even Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who perhaps did not go to school, he had to go and forge a certificate for him to become a champion in ethnicity. All of them, Wole Soyinka, all of them of this, the educated people, the people who divide this country most, the people who use ethnicity to divide us are educated people. Even if you go and watch among the people doing Oro, you will see that among them also are educated people. They are not people who are not educated. Even MC Oluomo had to even go to school for him to be qualified to be, a champion in those kind of things. So
if the peoples of this country, is an opportunity for us to come together. This is not the time. Forget these people are in the minority. So I'm not afraid to call out people like Adeboye, who actually stands in a pulpit and millions of people will listen to him. I'm not even afraid to call out what's his name, all of them, that the men of God. So why should I be afraid to call one old person that is doing oral, whose shrine has not even seen foul to eat, whose shrine has not even seen blood in the last in the last 48 hours? I will not be afraid to call out somebody doing oral that the shrine is dirty. So if I can call out the men of God, if I can call out their fast, who is actually talking to their people in the north and telling them that protest is, why will I be afraid to call out somebody that is doing oral? Oral failed. They did it in Lagos and they failed woefully in Lagos. The reason why they are running helter skelter, going to police, going to army to issue statement, because they know that this protest is going to happen and they know that they have failed. They don't have solution to it. The owners of this country are the peoples of this country. These people are just our employees, and now they've shown that they are
You never
incompetent. It
best
is
to
time for us to come out
1
and
minute.
tell them enough. Please let me make this. Let me finish with this. Let me finish with this. Let me just if you actually distorted my train of thought now, but let me just say this: the success of this protest is going to be dependent on Nigerian people coming out. If Nigerian people come out on those days of the protest, there is nothing anybody is going to do about it. And we are going to stay on that street. We are going to stay there until our demands, or whatever thing we are demanding, would be met. If we don't come out, then they've won. But if we come out, they're not going to win. How many are they? I've seen that rascal from River State saying that to Abuja, who made him the king of Abuja? So let us see what is going to happen. But the success is not going to be because police is going to arrest you. The success is not going to be because army is going to shoot you. The success is going to be dependent on how many of us is going to come out on that day to say enough is enough. And this protest is going to actually show if enough is actually enough. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of you.
All
I'm not
right.
right I'm not right in the right frame of mind now. I would have said something else.
Oh God.
Don't say I want to greet intelligent. Don't say that, because that's not what I want to say
But
anyway.
just finally you've greeted her now, no problem. You shall have a way of directly or indirectly. Anyway, thank you very much, William Abez. Not to take what you said is very apt. To be honest, the sources of this protest solely, God, Nigerians, let's know this and no peace. It solely depends on us. As in solely. There's no other determinant factor. If we come out resolved and in mass, police they will not have any choice. I'm telling you, the main aim for these guys now is to make sure it doesn't start. It's not to end it when it has started. It's to make sure it doesn't start. So let's just ensure that we keep our resolve intact. All right, let me just quickly come to Mommy B. Mommy B, you two are waiting for me. You are waiting for me to call your name again.
I'm sorry. No, I was looking up.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I was looking up something. I just wanted to come back up to remind people that the town hall by the town hall Olumide Akpata, our gubernatorial candidate in the upcoming Edo election. He has two. You have two opportunities. Later today, you can I'm not sure if there are tickets left, but you know how it goes. And then Manchester is on the 27th. Let's support him as best as we can. And then obviously back to the protest. I said that earlier on, but some people might not have heard. Here in the UK, we will kick off our protest a day before Nigeria does theirs. Why the reason why we wanted to do that is to kind of highlight all of the attempts by Tinubu to stop the protest from taking place, and literally, calling attention to it. Apparently, he hates it when we go there. So, don't all come, because we don't want to upset him, but on a more serious note, come if you can. There are more dates to come. I was holding off, hoping that I would have agreed all the other dates, but that hasn't been done yet. But if you're in central London at the Nigerian High Commission next week, Wednesday from 12 noon, please come and join us there so that we can fight for Nigeria together. Right, so that's what I came up to say. Thank you. I yield the mic.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Monica. Thank you for always, I should say for that high commissioner. They don't know you finish. You say, this woman has come again. This woman is here again. All right. Thank you very much, Mara, for all you're doing. Thank you. Even from a point of comfort, you go all out to do this. And thanks to everybody. I mean, I think that's today's space was quite educative. I personally, I want to believe we're able to get, we're able to milk out a lot from Barrister Inebehe, because truth is, even me, like some of the things he said are probably things I knew, or it was not my problem. But even the way he put it, it kind of reassured me. I was like, this is true. Like a lot of these things that they do is to intimidate us, and I need us to keep remembering it, that we've yielded enough civic space. Is what Saddam used to say when we say, "Oh, our politicians are not afraid of us." Just we've gone too deep, as in, the reason why it's difficult for us to come out now is because we've gone too deep. And the truth is that for every time we don't take any action, we are going deeper, deeper, deeper. Like we are almost, now we don't dip bottomless pit like this. So it's important for us to, even an animal, if you put the animal to the world, the animal will get to the point and say, I can't pass this, so let me turn back. Let's not, we've found ourselves in situations where we've got into the world, we open the wall, start to dig into the wall, and we are going in. I think this is the right point to turn back, face our fears, face our political class, let them know that we know that we are the owners of the power. I said this on Tuesday. I said, I felt very irritated and angry when Akpabio said, you want us to use government money to build for community and give it back. Why should we use government money to build? I was like, what kind of question is that? Like, I think about that question till now, and I feel so pissed. So these guys have taken us for granted too much. Please, please encourage as many people as you can to participate in this. Add your voice. The truth is that we've made it loud enough on X, and now it's a topic. It's a topic. People are hearing it. Protest, 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 protest. But it started gradually. That's the impact of narrative. That's the impact of keeping focus. A lot of time, violence people will come and say, oh, a lot is happening, let's keep focus. So that we say, we are the worst opposition, we're not doing opposition, I mean, this was the point, because when we stay on a very good narrative like this for a long time, it becomes substance. So please, let's keep doing it. It's just 7 days, or probably now 6 days away. And, these next 6 days are going to be the toughest, to be honest. If you are not mentally prepared for it, today's place was to mentally prepare everybody. If you are not mentally prepared for it, it's going to be hard. And it's all the people, like, for me, even if I respect you to the highest this, you say it, I'll just look at you and just, ignore you, whatever. So, but let's make sure that we try and keep pushing. Let's not get discouraged. Instead, let's be encouraging other people. And I think we have enough tools to do that. So thanks to everybody. Apologies to those we couldn't bring up. There were so many people that wanted to speak. You can still ask your question in the comment section. Tag Barrister Inebe. You can tag me. And, apologies to all those that we couldn't bring up. Thanks to those that came. Thanks to every one of you. God bless you guys. Salam, over to you.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you so much. Wonderful coordination on the space today, guys. Thank you to every one of you that came out today again. Today, I think it's been a very wonderful conversation, even though my network has been so messed up, and I'm just so grateful to God that the space did not crash. Even though my phone crashed a couple of times, yeah. But I think there have been so many takeaways from this space. If you are listening to the space, and please, the good thing about our spaces is that all our spaces are recorded, If you do not get a chance to join the conversation from the very get-go, you can also replay the space. Wonderful submissions, wonderful questions asked here and answered brilliantly by Barrister Inibe himself. You can also go on our YouTube channel and we have our spaces all recorded over there. To play, please. Those are masters at cutting spaces. I don't know how to do that one. It's not my forte. So if you're a master at cutting spaces, please you can go cut out Barrister's submission and his early question and the questions that he was asked and the way he responded to them and start posting them out there. We need to circulate the Nigerian atmosphere with these questions. Many Nigerians are oblivious of their right to protest. Many Nigerians are oblivious of their duties as active citizens and what we need to do, how we should do things, how we should approach this protest on a very normal day. Just that, and we're in a very funny country and ruled by criminals. So they know how to bastardize words. They have tried to bastardize the word protest to mean something that is violent. There is no violence in protest. Protest is your right, is our right. When you don't feel happy, you can wake up every single day and choose to be a protester. You can wake up every day and say, I know I don't like how my road is looking. It is your right as a Nigerian. It is your right as a Nigerian. It's our right, and it's important that we all come out in our numbers. And when people are reaching out and they say, "Oh, Saddam, I think we gave government enough time." We are passing through I think it's a trauma. We are passing through trauma as a people coming out from the last active major protests that happened in the country, and we saw the aftermath. That is just to show you guys how evil this party called APC is. They rode on protest. Every single actor in APC today are all proponents and children of protest. Protests have brought them to where they are. And you expect people that led and used protests to get to power, you expect them to do well in office, but they have turned out to be the worst thing ever to happen to Nigeria. Nigerians are dying in their numbers. Nigerians are unsafe. Nigerians cannot afford basic amenities. Nigerians can now not afford to feed. Every single day, people are committing suicide in that country. And you ask us that why are we protesting? It is a shame. It is a shame where we are as a people in 2024. How bastardized APC have kept us as a country. It is just so painful to see. And I'm going to wrap this up with a warning. I'm warning us because I know that you people are listening. If you're not, the Tinubu have gone to bed, but they say that they sleep till 4 o'clock. I know you might be up here listening to us. Sir, please, we are coming out peacefully to protest. The greatest disservice you do to yourself is to tell your thugs or the military or police to fire at innocent protesters. All we are demanding, we have been demanding, you will see our demands. We have been shouting our demands. Don't say we have not told you our demands. We have been announcing our demands every single day. Return back petroleum to the way it was. Take away the subsidy on electricity. If you had any sense from now till August, fire Yakubu Mahmoud. If you had any sense, fire Yakubu Mahmoud today. If you had any sense, fire Yakubu Mahmoud this night. Let's wake up tomorrow. Like Yakubu Mahmoud has been fired. But I know that the pride in you is too much. You cannot even accept the fact that the process that brought you to power is even a flawed process. It's up to you. Please, if any Nigerian protester is hot or arrested, Nigerians returning to Tinubu must go. If he pain you, that one concern you. That is the truth. Power belongs to the people. Power belongs to us. It is so bad for so long. We have been in slavery, growing into decades upon decades. Nigeria is not working for us, but for you guys. It is just so bad. And we are waking up and saying, sir, please, you must work for us. If you don't work for us, we will force you to work for us. For any politician to steal election in that country again, you people know that it's not going to be business as usual. If you steal it, you must work. You must do the work. No more sleeping, no more flexing, no more exorbitant spendings, all those shit, man. No, you must do the work. All right, guys. I think please, I'm going to wrap up here. Thank you to everybody organizing spaces. And also, please, I just want to shout out to my sister Rewatik. Thank you, great work you guys are doing. Please, I think my sister, Oluchi is having a space on Saturday. Let's all come out there also. I think and that space is going to be very, very, very important. Anything protest right now. I'm just so happy if I wake up. I say all the time, I wake up, I just see spaces, morning, afternoon, and night, protest every single way. The atmosphere be saturated. There is nobody in Nigeria that doesn't know that Nigerians are coming out to protest. The world knows. But let us still do more. Awareness, awareness, awareness. Please stop asking people for groups. I'm not in any group. If you want to protest, your thing, it is shaking your blood. Create your own sub-community group in your region. You're not an island. You're not an island. In your local government, create your own group. In your streets, create your own group. Have 10, 15, 20 people. And when it is necessary, you guys have an assembling point. All match together. Don't wake up from your house in the morning and say, and a protest day, I will go alone. No, don't go alone, please. From now, you should have created at least 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people around your area that you guys will match together so that you know yourselves, you see yourselves, you checkmate yourselves. Very, very important, please. Do not leave your house alone. Make sure you have your own community of friends that are all coming out together to match for your rights as Nigerians. Thank you to everyone that did not get a chance to speak today. Please, guys, it's just that we have to wrap up this space. We have gone over an hour plus above our 2 hours plus actually above our time that we promised to end these spaces. But we will be back, hopefully, God's willing, on Tuesday next week. Hopefully, God's willing, we'll be back on Tuesday next week. Safe for any emergencies. Thank you to every one of you. Please be careful, be safe out there. If you find yourself in any problems as in a well-known Nigeria, please don't forget to use your Twitter account. If you have you had to switch up your VPN, go get a VPN as in Nigeria, download VPN. These guys could be moving mad. We know that they are desperate. You can see all the desperate moves they're making. We also should be desperate. See how desperate they are to hold on to power. We should also be desperate enough to want to get back our country back. So everyone I could not speak today, please one more time I say, don't take it to heart. God willing, next week Tuesday we'll be back here. Join other spaces, keep the conversation alive, keep it going up in your WhatsApp stories, in your WhatsApp group chats, in your Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, anywhere you find yourself. Let the only common denominator in your mouth be protest, Nigerian protest 2024, and bad governance in Nigeria. Very important hashtag. Please make your tweets with those hashtags. Use the DP, use the artworks, saturate everywhere with this information. It is important, very, very, very important. To keep talking about it every single day. And I say with that, I say thank you to every one of you, my brother, well in Nigeria. God bless you, Mombolani. Thank you so much. My brother, Lever Best, Zos. Thank you so much, Jimmy. It's good to have you back again today. I see you, Baba Mafi. Thank you so much. Solomon, sorry for not bringing you guys up today. I see my brother Chris. I will just have to close up this space real quick. Thank you, my big bro Maurice. You've been here all through today. Thank you so much. I see the real Omezia. Thank you, my sister Pearls, Tommy of Canada. Thank you, Big Mag, Nonconformist, John Veal, Balactic, Sweet Angel, Anka Dede, Mazi. God's Will, Dr. Bankole, Dr. Mary White, Patience, Kolade, Justice, Olawaski, Fuga, Madonna, Mawakiri, Ariwachi, Dr. O, Akena, Biruki, Lady Liberty. It's good to see a lot of you guys are run away from spaces are back. I think many of you have been waiting for moments like this, and you guys are seeing this happening, and you're back again on spaces. Thank you for coming back. Nigeria belongs to every one of us. Thank you to my sister Lady Liberty for making it Bolanle also for making it possible for us to have Inebe FM today on space. Thank you, Dr. AI, God's Will for Nigeria, Oluwumi, Dr. Kells, Odakaji, Dreams, Uzamaka, I see you, Adewere, Chris, Adaigwe is the first one, Tony, Mide, my brother, thank you so much, Thames, Bombastic, my leader, Amoda, Mr. Waleri, Onimale, my brother. Thank you so much. Pinky, D-Max, Larry, thank you so much. Ikechiku, Vini, XL, every single one of you on the platform today, guys. Thank you so much for coming out today in Australia. I see you. Health is wealth. Chinemeriam, Mr. Peter, Lady Etty. I can't call your names, guys, but it's all love and light from my side. We'll be back, God's willing, same station on Tuesday next week. As we always say on this platform, is for God, for country, and for family. Please stay safe. Have a great weekend, and hopefully we get back our country in the next 7 days. The countdown goes on. God bless you all and have a great weekend. Good night.